Hey, Troubles, how you doing? You kicking it? I looked around to see if Mark or Michelle or somebody was on, and they weren't. Hey, Drifter, how you doing? Yeah, I just went on. I looked, see if I could find anybody else on. You'd be kicking it, you know what I'm saying? No, I wasn't gonna go live. Yeah, I was just over here fucking around on my computer. Thought I'd see it's kicking it, you know what I'm saying? Want to come up, Drifter? You don't need to show your face. Oh, that's cool. I don't really watch too many movies, so unless they're X-rated. Staffy, you feeling any better? Are you feeling it? I know you weren't feeling good earlier. Is your voice better? Make you want to kick it? Yeah. They took my live off. Canceled my live. I got a strike for some bullshit. False medical information. Yeah, I was looking for pirate radio too. Is it a little bit better? Oh, okay. Yeah, well, yeah, hopefully, I was hoping Mark was around. I think they were doing, hey, Debbie, how you doing? What's that, Debbie? Oh, God. Yeah, that's not really. I mean, that's why I don't monetize them, because in order to do that, you have to check all this bullshit off. Is it sensitive? Could it offend somebody? Fucking A. Yeah, it's me. The whole fucking thing could be sensitive to somebody, so I don't do it. So got to be over 18. I mean, anything I can do. Now they're even taking it up a notch, and they're taking those. So it's probably going to get worse. Oh, good. I'm doing great. Yeah. Fuck them. That's what I say. I think it was, I took a sensitivity training course. You can fill out all this bullshit. Fucking lies. I didn't do anything. I think they nailed me for false medical information. I think that's what the final thing was. People get heated. They don't like each other. It happens on a fucking chat. What are you gonna do? So I don't know. Just keep on partying. Debbie, why don't you come on up, talk? Let's party, man. Let's kick it. Yeah, I don't watch any movies. I think most of them are super boring. I like documentaries. I got the lyric. Those are expensive books I got today, cheap, which is rare. I got all the songs of Led Zeppelin, their origin, how they started, blah, 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 and all the lyrics of Bernie Taupin and Elton John. And when you're reading the lyrics of songs, it's like sometimes you read them like songs that you listen to. It's crazy how they put music to it. They don't even make any sense, some of them, I just started working out again, Rob. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, but it does get a human review, supposedly. The human like Michelle.
I'm human.
Hi, libido.
Stephanie told me that she was on here, so I was like, let me go on. Let me go
Oh
on
yeah, she
Tom.
comes in. Yeah, she was feeling a little down today.
Really?
I think sometimes that we get Stephanie and I get criticized because we tell the truth. I mean, isn't that what everybody wants?
The
Would you
truth?
like an example?
Sure.
Okay. Well, when we were young, I mean, both of us were like big time. You know, when you're young, your parents want you to be careful. You know, they caution you about sex, that kind of thing. And a lot of people, if they have it and they really don't know the whole spiel, you can get yourself into a jam, right? You can have consequences that you didn't plan on. So your parents, they had the best interest for you, and they caution you about these things growing up. And Stephanie and I just didn't pay any attention at all. We damn near wore out our sex organs,
You wore out
using
your.
them so much with no commitment. Stephanie was married for a while, so was I.
Well, Stephanie wasn't that wild
Oh
though.
yeah, she
Stephanie
was.
said, "No,
No,
she wasn't."
no, yeah,
She
she
li-
was.
the only thing that she said was she got married young, so that wasn't wild. She was
No,
only
but she
she
was.
was like,
No, no,
"You're
she.
uh,
No, I
Tom."
talked to her. She told me
Okay, fine.
she wore her sex
All
organs
right.
out, and you know
Okay.
what? So did I, and we're both glad that we did. We have
Okay.
no regrets. So what I'm telling you is sometimes what your parents tell you is bad advice. Now look, good memories are better than bad memories, right? And now that
Right.
we're at the end of the rainbow,
Mm-hmm.
we're glad we did it. I mean, both of us probably have papilloma, but you know, it's like getting a flat tire on a 10,000-mile trip. Looking back, we have no regrets, and that's hard to do in life. So I say the more the merrier.
I mean, like in life,
Hey, Mark, I went and looked on your thing.
you have to have like maybe like for you, obviously, like you say your sex life you have no regrets with,
Stephanie doesn't either.
but like there's always been anybody who's lived a life has had some kind of regrets about something. I
Yeah,
mean, yours
they
might
have.
not have
Well,
to be with
I'm not. We're not
sex.
talking. We've had regrets, but it wasn't promiscuity.
Oh, okay.
Do you have any?
Uh, yeah, sure do.
And what good did they do you? I mean, nobody
Oh,
held a gun to your head. You voluntarily.
um, I don't want to talk about it, but it led to some not so good situations for me. Like everybody's different. Like
Hey, Red Runner.
you and Stephanie lived your life,
Yeah.
and you said you had no roots, so that's fine. But not that's not the same for everybody.
No, but it should be. Because
But
what's the sense of living a life where there were no consequences and not taking full advantage of what feels good?
well, I mean, like you make choices,
Yeah, we
and
did. We're glad we did.
like you said, like you made your choices. You had consequences, and you were okay
We
with
didn't
it.
have we had the consequence was a good time and no babies.
Consequences was a good time. Well, that's your life. You have a
That
life
was
to
our
live,
life.
right, Tom? But don't sit here. You have a life to live. Stephanie has a life to live.
Mhm.
But don't sit here and say that everybody has to live your life and think like you, because that's
No, but
never going to
we're
happen.
just giving an alert, some
Okay.
caution out there
Oh,
that
okay.
sometimes your parents are full of shit, and it'd be what a shame it would be to just go by life and be our age and paid attention to that bullshit when there
Oh.
were no consequences. Maybe you just don't know. It's like anything. I mean, you roll the
But you're
dice.
rolling
Hope
the
for the
dice,
best.
right? I was just gonna say that, but the thing with that is you're rolling the dice. So you could have an experience like Tom, you can have a life experience like Stephanie. But that's not going to be everybody's life
No,
experience, and
that's
you got to
unfortunate.
know that. Like
That's
just like
unfortunate. No, but I think it's unfortunate.
well, you also got to understand too that like not everybody's life is going to mirror everybody else's life.
No,
It's
we
just
understand that.
different,
We get
right?
that.
Okay.
And we're sorry you didn't have as much fun as we did. I mean, looking back now that we're at this stage of the game, Mirren, it's too late. You should have paid attention to what we were saying back then, and you would have enjoyed the fruits of your labor.
The fruits of your labor.
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, for me, it didn't work out like that, and that's okay too. Like you can't don't. I mean, to sit there and say that everybody needs to live a certain life is just
Yeah, but the vibes you give out is this was never really on your bucket list all that much anyway.
No, it wasn't really like my forefront of life. Like I'm not saying it's not, but it was never like, you
No,
know.
but like take a young 20-year-old and their sex interest is like out of 10's the highest, like 9.5 all the way to their mid 30s. I get the vibe like yours was around the fours then, and it's probably around the threes now.
Well, I got pregnant at 19, so
Yeah, but
this is the difference. Oh, it makes a
no, no,
difference.
no,
Yes.
no, it
Yes, it
doesn't.
does. Yes, it does.
In what way?
I was a lot more wilder, like how you claim, that you and Stephanie lived that life, which
Hmm.
is,
Well, what are you
and
wilder? I mean, so do you think we live wilder?
well, like going around, like having lots of sex, like doing what up partying, whatever.
Yeah,
That's the party. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And I'm not saying anything bad about it, but like when I got pregnant when I was young,
Mm-hmm.
it really grounded me to be like, okay, I gotta like make like I gotta try to be an example for my child. And I want him to like I never once said like, oh, you can never party, like don't ever live your life. Like I never said anything like that, but I had to be responsible and I didn't want a bunch of different guys coming around my kid. I didn't want There was just certain things that I didn't want for him because I wanted to try to raise him,
So
raise
you're selling this as like it's dirty or something.
it's not you just Tom, if you sit here, right, and you say I lived this life and I have no regrets doing so, then what you're telling people for you that it's not dirty. But
It
you
wasn't
can't.
dirty for Stephanie either.
Right. Well, if Stephanie comes up here and says that, then it wasn't. I never
She
said
said it. She said it
anything
already.
was dirty.
Stephanie, type it, will you? No,
I
but
all.
you seem to like coin a phrase of
But
there's
you're no,
something wrong.
you're trying to say that there's something wrong with me because I didn't have a bunch of
No, I didn't say there was
sex.
something wrong with you. I
Yeah, you
said
did. You're saying like I'm not trying to sell anything. I just said I
no, but I
believe you.
just don't think you're like a overly your libido for a woman your age is very low.
I don't think that at all. I just think that
One night stands.
when you have other things going on, like when you have
Can
a
we get this?
child,
Hey, Jeannie.
see this is what you don't
No, no, I
understand.
do understand it.
No, you don't
Yeah, I
because
do.
you've never had a
But people
child.
with
You
children
can
have shitty
try.
sex lives, right? Is that what you're trying to bring
You
up?
can try to understand, but
No,
you won't
no, I
fully
can't. I can't.
understand.
I can't understand exactly like I had one.
Right. You can't.
Stephanie can too. That's another thing we're glad we didn't have.
Right, exactly, because you like living that lifestyle and it worked for
Yeah,
you.
the
That's not
lifestyle
dirty.
is a
That's
normal, consenting adult sexual relationship. It's not hell.
I
It's
didn't
not.
say it was hell. Did I
No, but
say it was hell?
You allude to it as something that there's wrong. There's
I
something.
never I never said any of that. I said my all we talked about was I partied, right?
Mhm,
Then I got pregnant when I was 19 and then
mhm.
stuff changed. And the reason for me changing was because I had a child that I had to look after and do everything else with. Um, could I mean, I'm sure there's people out there that don't do that exactly, but like it's just
Yeah,
you're a
that's
little
Stephanie.
different. You're different after you have a child. Like you probably don't do the exact same things that you did before having a child than after having a child. Like
So
people
are you attaching a moral argument to this?
a moral argument to what?
To this change? I still don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You act like you
So
have a baby and that
so
all of a
here
sudden you're up there walking hand in hand with angels every night. I mean, you had a
so
baby, your sex
this
life.
is the deal. This is the deal. I used to drink, I used to go out partying and stuff, but that just didn't work after having a child. Is there something wrong with that, Tom?
No,
Is there something wrong that I
no, but
wanted to
it could
work
have
and
worked.
stay home?
It could have worked. It just didn't. There wasn't anything inherently wrong with it.
Well, guess what worked? It worked for me not doing that, okay?
How's that?
It just worked. I went
Give
to
me an
work,
example.
I paid the bills, my child got a good life, and it worked. That's all I'm saying. It just worked. Just like you having sex with a bunch of people worked for you, and it worked. You're sitting here saying that it worked. How I chose to live my life worked.
So you don't have any regrets.
No.
Okay, look at Infolov's proud of Stephanie.
I don't know why you're on the defense about this.
I'm
You're coming
not.
out the gate
No, but
like I
you
said.
act
What
like
did I
that
say?
a
Well,
woman
wait a minute.
a
What
woman
did
has
I
a
say?
baby at 19
When you
and
say
everything's dirty after that.
when you say um when you
No,
sit
she
here,
didn't lead by example. She wasn't married.
I wasn't married.
Right. That's not leading by example.
So does that make it dirty then, Tom? So you're saying because I wasn't
No,
married,
I'm
it was
just saying
dirty?
there are better examples.
Okay. So you're saying you're a better example because you had a bunch
I
of
didn't. You
sex
said it. I
and
didn't say it. No, no. I'd say
so what
that.
are you saying, Tom?
No, I say
What are you
Stephanie's.
saying?
No, I say Stephanie's the
What are you
best
saying? You
example.
saying I'm dirty because I didn't get married and had a kid? Are you saying
No,
that?
I didn't say that.
Well, you implied it.
I didn't imply it.
Yeah, you came
No.
out here. You said, well, she wasn't married. There's better examples. She
Well,
could have
aren't you
been a
supposed to
better
be married
example
when
to
you?
her child.
No,
She
but
could have been a better example to her
aren't you
child
supposed to be married?
if she
Aren't you
was
supposed to be
married.
married when you have kids?
You don't have to be anything,
No, but you're
right?
supposed to be, aren't you?
You don't have to be
No,
anything.
but aren't you supposed to be?
By what?
By normal moral standards. We had none is the point. You
Well, I
claimed to have
just
had some, and look who won the race.
who?
Stephanie.
You guys are so weird.
Steph, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
I don't know why you're attacking me. I never said anything bad about
I didn't
what.
attack you. It's just you kind of tell a
No, I
story of
didn't
like
tell. I
a
told my life
nuclear
story.
holocaust when you had a baby, when
No, I
how it
didn't.
relates to your
I said,
behavior.
yeah, my behavior did change when I had a child. It did. If that's horrible, then in your eyes, then it's horrible in
No,
your
yeah,
eyes.
it doesn't bother me a bit. No,
Okay,
I
so
know
what's
how
the
it happened.
debate here?
The debate is that there's lots of people that have babies who have lots of sex like Stephanie did, and they're happy. You took a different route.
Okay.
I mean, sex isn't dirty.
Well, I mean, everybody's sex life is different. I don't want to know about everybody's sex life, but if
Well, it's
you're
too
out
late
there,
here. You know
if
about
you're out
mine,
there,
Stephanie's.
if you're out there and you say that, what you did in life and you're proud of it, then be proud of it. But, don't freaking, make an argument over
No, it's
nothing.
not an argument. I'm just saying that you don't.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that you don't exactly
That I don't
talk
exactly.
about.
So okay. So exactly what? What's the judgment against me, Tom? I'm
Well,
making no
I think it's
judgment against you. But
disappointing that you. I
what's the
think it's.
judgment?
I think the disappointing that you just
What's
didn't carry on.
disappointing that I did?
That you just didn't keep
That
living
I
the
didn't
life
keep
of a
on.
young
That I
sexually
didn't
active
keep.
woman, and
That
you
I
let a
didn't.
kid
I did.
derail it.
I still had sex, Tom. I still had sex. I just wasn't like partying and like going
Well,
out.
yeah. I mean, you had a baby at 19. I mean, when I
Right.
think about myself at 19, I couldn't imagine having a baby. That's young. So you
Right.
never
Thank you.
really had the chance to, get out there and party and stuff because, you had a baby. I understand
So
that.
do you think you're right? So you understand that like I did certain things a certain way because I had a child. It wasn't like I'm not judging people for what they. However, everyone has a life to live, and like I chose when I had a baby that my partying days were done with. Like they did, I was like, all
Yeah,
right, I got
that's
it.
too
I,
bad.
I have to, be
Oh, so you
responsible.
quit partying. So you quit partying, but your sex days weren't over.
I still no. It's not like I never had sex again. I
Oh,
mean,
okay. All right. All right.
that's like
Okay.
we're so weird. We're so weird on this channel sometimes.
No, we try to get to the truth.
I that's all I'm telling you.
Well, all we're telling you is that we have no regrets.
But
No.
that's good. Well,
Um,
then that's good. I mean, like I can't like you.
Stephanie, as a matter of fact, Stephanie said about a week ago that she had an opportunity one time for a threesome and she turned it down. She's regretted it ever since.
Yeah. Yeah, it was two guys and me, and I turned it down. I think I was like in my early 30s when that happened.
When did you fuck up?
I did. I know. I do have that regret.
Yeah, see? So we have regrets like you, Michelle. They're just different. Everybody can lead a life. Everybody can do what they want.
Well, what's funny is I had gone out with one of the guys a couple times, right?
Yeah.
And then we were over at his apartment, and he said, I've got a friend that could come over. And, at first I was like, it didn't register in my brain, of course.
Just like the bag
Yeah.
of
Yeah. And then so I said, oh. And he said, oh, what did he say? Something about it's his guy friend could come over. And then, he was looking at me, and then it registered in my head like, oh, he wants to share me with his friend. And I said, nah, I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah. So who is that?
I think he's been on before. Some Indian
Oh,
guy.
careful. Yeah.
So I mean, you guys, you guys have a life to live. I mean, I can't sit here and talk about.
Oh, yeah.
You said
Oh, no.
you were promiscuous, and you would do it again if you
Well,
had to.
Promiscuous.
I don't know. That's
Yeah,
what Tom said.
but
That's
I
what
mean,
Tom. I don't want to
not
put any
my-
words. I don't. That's
not
what
my
Tom said earlier.
whole. Yeah, not my whole young years, because after I divorced my husband, that's when I went crazy.
Yeah, a girl.
Yeah, and I was
She had
25.
a
So
relationship with a guy 10 years younger than her. Holy shit.
I did, Michelle. He was in a band. He was a drummer.
Really?
And
That's cool.
yes, and we used to go. He would have gigs like Mark, and we would go to the bar and watch him. And I thought it was so cool. He was in a band.
I bet your legs still hurt.
Oh God! Yeah, he was real cute. He had long hair, and
He didn't play the
and that.
keyboard?
Well, you know what? That lasted for 2 years.
He didn't play the keyboard?
No, he played the drums.
Magic Man, Mama.
But yeah, you know how Mark, all the bands used to have groupies. I don't know if they still have groupies now, but we would follow certain bands to the bars and stuff.
Mark, is it like that out there at the groupies?
It's large scale, like the big band. Sure, they got them crawling.
No, what a great. I wish I was in one.
But we have regulars.
Regulars. What are they in wheelchairs, walkers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all.
I'd have to bring my cane.
They all come in one box.
Stephanie, I'll have to bring it.
It's funny because instead of all-curtain, they'll bingo.
Yeah.
Mark, I thought for sure you'd be doing a live tonight. I went on there and looked.
Nah, not tonight.
What, are you a little burned out, tired?
Yeah, it's been kind of a long week for me.
Boy, the life of a rock star, huh?
Yeah, sleep by day, live by night.
Holy shit.
10 minutes of living, 10
Oh
minutes.
yeah.
It's like an apple.
If I was up there, I'd be your groupie.
I would be
Stephanie.
Are you able to
I'd
pay
be
much
your-
attention to what's going on out there when you're playing? You look like you're pretty into it.
Yeah, I can't really see much through the lights.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
Mark's a cool guy.
You think he is?
If,
Mark's like the calming person. Like when Tom gets everybody fired up and wanting to kill each other because he enjoys doing that. Mark comes in and he's like, man, everything's all good. It's okay.
Hey, Mark, you know that bullshit? They fucking gave me a violation and took my thing down.
yeah,
You know what the final saying was? That
no,
Yeah, what happened yesterday?
well, I'm guessing here now. If you were on last night's chats, I mean, there's 1,000 fucking things you could have fucking done that for.
oh yeah, yep.
And I think it was false medical information, believe it or not, because I went back and I tried to think, what did I say? What the fuck did I do now?
Right.
Right. And then I remember saying one time I made a comment that my ex-wife's vagina was the tightest one in the world. And they're right. That's false medical information.
You're
Oh,
such a
God.
Tom.
Oh, God.
But but that's what it was.
Ah.
I had to take a sensitivity training thing. You can get out of those, Mark, when you get a violation.
Well,
Right?
Tom, think about it like this:
Right.
how many topics did we probably violate a normal conversation? Let's see. We talked about racism. We talked
Fine.
about religion.
Yeah,
We
why
talked
not?
about politics. I
Well,
mean, like you name it. Like anybody could
so
have gotten
what?
offended.
What is it? What are we going to have to say a fucking Jewish prayer next week? Hey, what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah, I know what it is.
It's not for kids.
Their YouTube is Democrats, and I was talking about Trump, and they didn't like
could have
it.
It could have been anything. Who knows? We
Could have
talked
been anything.
about a
Exactly
lot
right.
of like hot topics. So
Yeah, but
Yeah.
these are discussions. At the end of the day, we're not trying to kill each other. We're just trying to table debates. You know what I mean?
We're just trying to find some truth in this world of lies.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the
And
truth,
why
the
would that
truth.
be? If this is an adult chat and I checked off no kids, 18, all that shit. I mean, what the fuck's left?
Right. Like you put no kids, so nobody can get pissed off, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like you already warned
Mhm.
anybody to come in. This chat is not for children, so
Yeah.
it's
I
not
mean, I
like
think back on that. I was trying to think of, things that could have been. You never know with these fuckers, man. I mean, it could be anything. Could have
Right.
been Zeppelin. That's a big no-no. Talking about vote for Trump. That'll get you canceled anywhere on here.
Oh, that'll get you. Yeah, that'll get you
Well, we
blocked.
even- hey,
That's for
they
sure.
canceled. I got to violate it. I got it violated and removed. Yeah. It wasn't really that juicy. It was a typical thing. It's just after my sensitivity class, I'm changed quite a bit. There were things on there that you need to be sensitive about. Now, I did fuck up one place. Looking back, I said that if I had a daughter and she dated a big black rapper, it pissed me the fuck off. And after my sensitivity training, I don't feel that way anymore. I think if they
such
love
an
each other,
ass.
Yeah.
Stop being an ass. You're such a
if they love
Yeah,
each other,
right.
but see, they're trying to control my behavior now.
I think
Sure.
I honestly like your. You want to know why I like your chats, Tom?
Oh God, who
Is
knows?
because
Because you're insane.
I can, that could be part of it because, I can come on here,
Uh-huh.
we can argue,
Yeah.
and then we could still be like, okay, well, I see, we can go, I
Yeah,
see
that's
your
what
point
I
of
look
view,
at,
you
yeah.
see,
Yeah.
and we
Yeah.
could still continue to
No.
be on, because no two people are going to have the same viewpoint on everything.
No, and I'm
You know,
respectful to people in there. When's the last time you
I
heard me?
know. No, I
When's
know. That's what I'm saying. You don't sit here and you're not just up here like, it's not like you're calling me names because you think so. It's not like you're up here like
No. No, and
bashing.
how many Polak jokes have you heard on here? None.
Because they've all been told.
Well, you're pretty respectful overall, so
Yeah,
I
and-
appreciate that.
Oh,
I
yeah, that's
appreciate that
No,
we
we're willing any gays. You know what I'd really like on here? I really honestly would. This would keep me from getting fucking violated again. I'd like that. I wish we would get some trans and some priests and all these people on here, just a different walk of life, and just bust their fucking balls. And find
Yeah,
out.
we can use a priest around here. I
A
mean,
priest would be great. I think it'd be fun talking to a priest. We'd be respectful,
yeah.
And trans, I'd like some trans, some gays,
Yeah.
some down low black guys that are married with children that suck cock for part-time money.
Yeah.
I mean, let's figure it all out there. Let's figure out how
Tom's
they
like-
don't even show their faces.
Tom's like, I'll let anybody have a voice. I don't care.
Sure will.
Yeah.
But that's what they say it is. But that's liberal jargon. They should be fucking giving me an award on here for giving people a voice. I'm
Well,
not
they
like
actually-
banning all gays, telling
Right.
no blacks they can come on. None of that shit.
Right.
They give me these damn violations.
I don't know. That's what I didn't understand why it was taken down. When I saw it this morning, I still had the video up, but it said it was taken down, and I'm like, well, what did we say that night that we
No,
haven't
you didn't
said
say
in our
anything.
chats?
Taken down, and I got a fucking strike.
Oh, you got a
Oh,
strike too?
Yeah, I got a strike too. But I took the
Yeah.
class and it got changed into a warning. Goes away like November. The
Yeah.
fuck?
What
I'd
is
rather
it
get
like?
one for that though than showing how to get a mouse out of a sticky trap. I got a strike for that too.
I know. That
Yeah,
one.
well, that one pissed me off. This one, I mean, yeah, I kind of fucking get it. It says my shit ain't fucking suitable for most advertisers.
Oh,
Well,
that's why.
it's
That's
not
why.
monetized, though. It's
That's
not
why.
monetized. Who are they sending it to if it's not monetized?
That's
You're not
right.
supposed to be doing that with it anyway.
Yeah, but you have all kinds of commercials on your videos.
But
Yeah,
Tom, do you make money off of the videos?
I used
Off
to.
of these
I used to.
chats?
But what happened?
So,
No, I used to. But what happened is once it got so low, like $350 a month or something, it wasn't worth $350 a month to me to set myself up and check all these boxes. Is it sensitive? Could it affect? I thought, fuck it. If they were sending me 10 grand a month, I wouldn't do any of that shit. But for $350, I'm not going to check off a bunch of shit and that they can basically get rid of you for anything. I'm like tying my own noose. So when I just didn't monetize any of these things, I thought I was safe. Well, I'm not. You can't even, there was a time where as long as you didn't monetize videos, you could play copyrighted music because you weren't making money. That's gone too.
You know what's scary? That yesterday
Yeah,
they
it did.
struck you for something you don't have any idea what it was for sure.
No, but that's what they'll do is they'll send you a thing of the terms of agreement or whatever the hell they call them, and there's a fucking billion of them.
Yeah, but
It can be politically sensitive.
I know, but how do you get on without doing it again? You're going to do the same thing tonight.
but wait a minute. If they didn't tell you, so let me get this correct.
Mhm.
Okay, they didn't tell you why you got. They didn't tell you
No.
specifically on why you got your strike. Then how do you even know? Like
Well,
what
they said
not to
false.
say?
They said, believe it or not, of all the shit we talked,
Right.
they said false medical information.
It said false medical information. What did we
Yeah.
talk about that was medical?
Well, let me tell you, I got a strike.
minute,
Another
I'm
one.
trying-
I got a strike for false medical information showing books that I bought once. Fucking strike.
Yeah, I remember that.
So you never know. Hey, Conan, you never know.
False
it could be a
we weren't
million.
talking anything about medical information. Maybe like
Nah, one
Stephanie or
thing.
Rita said like they something heard on or Rita fell,
Well,
but no one.
Yeah, somebody did bring up the COVID, and we talked about it briefly.
Oh, yes, I
Oh,
did.
did we?
I did, Tom.
But what was false about it? We talked our experience and whether we
Yeah.
thought it was good, whether it was bad.
We have to say,
we weren't giving advice.
yeah, we got to say
anybody.
the cuckoo or the cocoa or something. Yeah.
We weren't giving advice to anybody.
Nobody said anything. Like nobody was like trying to be a
See, that's the
doctor.
thing. If you look when you click up and you upload videos when you're checking off all the stuff, it can be anything.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I think
could-
honestly, I think what they should do, right? So like if they want to take down a video of yours, they have to put exactly
No, they don't.
so you're just supposed to try to like interpret maybe
Oh, yeah.
like what
No,
I
they
may
send
have
you-
said.
What they do is they send you a link to their community standards and tell you to read it. And it's like, A to Z. Could be anything.
The whole list.
Yeah, there's a huge list. And a lot of them are stuff like potentially sensitive. Could this offend somebody? Oh, fuck yeah. Everything I do could offend
Well,
somebody.
almost every video you make is pretty
No, I
offensive,
agree,
Tom.
yeah.
You love it.
No,
It's like
the chats, that's true.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't really
we
give a
talked about
shit until they start striking you for this shit.
Then it's
Right.
serious.
Yeah, you get 3 of those and you're done.
Yeah, they take all your videos away.
They
I mean,
do.
I cancel your channel. If it happens, it happens. But I don't think it should happen. But
Well, I
I'm
mean, you
only
have-
putting up with so much of this shit.
You have Mark. This is what I don't understand. So, like, no offense, Mark. Like, it's not like I'm trying to do whatever, but like, you play music could be copyrighted, right? And you still have a channel, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
under their terms,
But he
Well,
gets strikes.
right?
I get strikes and I
Oh,
get
okay.
blocked all the time.
Okay. All right.
2/3 of my
Okay, so
videos are
all
blocked.
right.
And here's the thing, too. I'm really doing this damn thing on StreamYard, not YouTube. Oh, here's Skyball.
Oh,
Haven't had her in a while. Skyball, you there?
Yeah,
Where you been?
I've been around.
look at that.
Still
We
alive,
Where's
missed
my
obviously.
money?
Everything going well?
Yeah.
You know Skyball, Michelle?
Yeah,
Okay.
she was on a chat
Yeah,
like
hello.
a while ago.
Yeah, you can. You can get a human review, which I lost that too. I never win appeals.
Well,
Never do.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you because
Yeah,
I
I
know.
tell you, you don't need to tell me. You can. I'm not worried about it. I mean, I'm going to put up with so much bullshit, and that's about it. They can cancel. I tell them in emails, cancel it, motherfuckers.
It's all
Right, 'cause
done
it's
by
not
like I was gonna say it's all done by like AI and shit. Nobody's really paying attention
No.
to any of it.
Yeah, I think in the old day you really did get a human review. But if I appealed a strike showing how to get a mouse out of a sticky trap, what kind of
Yeah,
human is reviewing it and making the strike stick? Yeah, it's bullshit. AI.
that is. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't.
I'd love it. I'd love
know.
another thing. Believe me, I've looked. They've pissed me off before.
I've gotten warnings. I've gotten warnings, but they were they told me what the warning was for when I've gotten the warnings.
What was your warning for?
Copyrighted music, copyright,
Oh,
like a
okay.
copyright strike, like a
Yeah,
whatever
but you're
flag.
not
I don't
even
know.
monetized, are you?
No,
Yeah, it's
I'm not
crazy.
even monetized. They took my. I got like a warning email
I agree.
too about it.
Joseph. I agree. Yeah, it pisses me. I'm not.
And I'd even play like a full song. It was like
No, it
in
could
the
be a few seconds.
background.
I've had like, I'd be out in Glacier National Park or some shit, right? Doing a big long live, or maybe even recording it, and you pass some fucker on a motorcycle playing a song, and you get
Yeah,
nailed.
like sometimes it wasn't even. I was like, why did that happen? So it'll just say copyrighted, and I'm
You know what
like,
I've
all
had
right.
too? I've gotten videos taken down that I've used on a short from their approved list and still got fucked.
How did
See,
that happen?
That's
That's
happened twice.
it's that shitty AI that's pulling up thinking something sounds similar to another
Yeah.
song and it's screwing you over.
But it is. It is the same song, but it's off their approved shorts list inventory.
Yeah,
I've
but
had that happen twice.
their AI is still shit, so it doesn't
Yeah.
understand that it's
And I've had
different.
back a long time ago. I had like sound effects on some videos when I was like doing different kinds of videos, and I buy those off the same place where I get that canned music from. And I got 2 strikes, not strikes, but videos taken down because I was using copyrighted shit, and it was sound effects I bought from a third party.
Now I get this other warning sometimes. You know how you get a red circle in when they strike the video in the
Yeah.
bottom left-hand corner of your
Yeah.
video under your video. Well, I get a triangle, a yellow triangle. You ever get those?
No.
I get those when I play. My band plays a copywritten cover. So if I play a cover of someone and it's copyright, that song is copywritten, they give me one of those yellow triangles. They don't put
Yeah.
the video. They just give me a yellow triangle and
Yeah.
say that it's.
Yeah. Look at the one Infilove got. Said a video that had inaccurate information.
Oh yeah.
I got that too because we were talking about COVID on that video, and apparently, if you even say that word, like, just
Yeah, there's an info thing that pops up. I've
yeah,
seen it.
no, like right away, like even if you say, "Hey everyone, I got COVID," like all of a sudden, like COVID. Here's information about COVID. Go to like this, like
Yeah, I saw that the other day, and it was something like completely benign. It didn't matter, and yet they
right,
put that there. Like there could be misinformation. I'm like, huh? There is no misinformation about what this person's talking about. It's so
right.
stupid. This is actually one thing I wonder, since all this YouTube picks up all the AI and or uses AI and picks up songs and stuff. How the hell does TikTok get away with that? Because there's so
The
many people on
Chinese,
TikTok that they get away constantly use
Chinese,
songs. Well, I know they're Chinese.
they'll
I
cut your
know that.
fucking head off.
But it's insane to me that so many people are always using all this copyrighted stuff constantly on TikTok. You
No, they
never-
probably say, "Come over here to China and sue us if you don't like it."
Come over.
Really?
China.
You know, the
Well,
government's still
look.
hitting around all the time about censoring them.
Well, don't they have another couple of months or so until supposedly someone's going to buy them out or they get banned
No,
in the
I didn't
US?
hear that. No, I didn't hear that.
No, there was a bill or something that was passed, and they were even Trump tried to do this too, but it's gone on under Biden as well to ban TikTok. And if they want it because it's a Chinese company, they want somebody else to buy them out for the U.S. So some U.S.
gotcha.
company needs to buy
But
it
you
out.
know what I think it is really is it's digital advertising, right? And they want to be sure that when they're sending an ad to a video, that it's benign and nobody can be offended. And this is the way they're doing it. It keeps them from babysitting everything.
Well, didn't you
You know,
see this?
if you're sending ads to these chats, you know, you could see how somebody get pissed. So the way of keeping that from happening and babysitting everybody is to get me to quit doing it.
Didn't you
and
see
that-
the stuff with TikTok or whatever? However, how they, at least in China, the way they promote videos out there is more educational and not the BS that's promoted in the U.S.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I believe that though.
Yes.
Because I think there are some places like in China. Does China get YouTube?
I don't know.
know.
It
That's a
could
good
be.
question.
It could be blocked.
Yeah, right.
They have their like firewall that blocks a whole lot of stuff, but
Yeah, that's
obviously,
it.
if you have a VPN, you could get around it.
Yeah, but there's places like, you know, if you've got a lot of money and a lot of resources, VPN, try and set up a fake Google email address with a VPN. Not easy.
No, I wouldn't say it is, but in general,
Yeah, in general. But there are countries that, you know, you're not watching porn in. I don't give a shit if you got a VPN or not. And, you know, in order for websites to communicate, there is still traceable information. Now, I may be able to go on through a VPN, call Mark two-faced cocksucker, and they never pursue it. But you start threatening people, presidents and shit, no, VPN's not going to do you any good.
no, you can also go through like Tor or something like that.
Yeah, but even if you
then,
can go
you
through,
can be
you
tracked.
can go, yeah, you can be tracked. You can go through Tor and a VPN. Tor's got their own VPN now,
Yep.
and if they really want to get you bad enough, they will, because otherwise you couldn't communicate with their email server.
I actually knew somebody personally who got in a lot of trouble, like hacking, doing that BS, got in quite a bit of trouble. So I mean, and
Yeah, I mean,
it
there's
was very difficult for a long time because of all of it. So it's like when you do stuff like that, make sure that it's really worth it, because people think that they're being funny like in their like early 20s or whatever.
yeah.
That's what they usually get. They usually get like these kids that they're like, well, they're and then they think that they're funny, and then it comes out like, oh, you just screwed up most of your life because you thought like something like that was violating people's privacy and stuff. So
A good
Yeah.
example is if you can use Tor, but there's a way where you can share like nodes and stuff like that.
Yeah,
A lot of people are stupid and they think, oh, I'll share everything, but then the feds can come and find and see.
that's
oh,
what I'm saying. They got in
were-
trouble with the FBI, and then
Yep.
it
Yeah,
was
that's
like,
right.
oh shit. Well, like,
well, look
I
at
thought I
that
was
Silk
doing
Rose when they
something.
busted that.
What's that?
That Silk Road. Yeah,
Silk Road. Yeah, I've
is it
watched
Silk Road?
Silk Road. Yeah, I forgot
okay.
what his name is, but I remember watching that whole thing going down. I actually kind of liked the whole idea of what he was trying to do.
Yeah, but then he thought he was anonymous, and he's threatened to kill the people that were reporting him, and
Yeah, that was shitty.
offering cocaine as payment. Fuck, man, he's never getting out of prison.
No, he'll be in there for life. What I find interesting about it is his mom is like stuck beside him the entire time and she's really intelligent about technology and everything else, and is really, really stuck beside him. And I'm like, God damn, that's an impressive mother to
Yeah,
stick
no,
beside
right.
you.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
my mom would never and be too fucking stupid to realize what
Well,
to do.
Ted Bundy's mom was like that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like once you get in trouble with like FBI and stuff, like it can get really sick. Like, like how like when you're a kid and you're like, I'm sure everybody's done it at one point, maybe in their teenage years or whatever, like you prank call somebody, you're like, hey, whatever. You're pulling these pranks and stuff, and then it's
Yeah, well,
like,
that's not a big deal, but you start threatening, bombs and shit. That's major trouble.
His issue was it wasn't like, well, he wasn't like threatening bombs. It was because he was threatening to kill somebody that
Right.
was supposedly connected to the Hells Angels, which it sounds like the feds were connected to that. And then on top of that, his website, he was saying, oh, because he was very libertarian, we should sell guns, which was really fucking stupid because that will immediately get the feds after your ass.
Oh yeah, big
For
time.
for a while, there was a section on his website selling guns.
But you could buy all sorts of crazy shit off there. Hitman, guns,
Hitman
dope.
is all bullshit. None of that. I don't think I've ever seen one that actually was legit. Guns, yes.
nobody's gonna advertise that shit on. Are you freaking kidding me? Like,
Yeah.
that would be like, that doesn't even sound like that. You're a real dumbass. Like, if you think that's gonna work.
The Hitman stuff is all bullshit, but the
Yeah, I think
guns
it is too.
was legit. And a lot of the questionable like credit card fraud shit, that was legit, as well as the drugs too.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I've known people who've done it, and they were not. It wasn't like, oh, I had no regrets doing it. They were sorry. So
No, that
This is-
shit's so easily tracked. It's unbelievable. But I think it's just like with, YouTube. I mean, in AI, yeah, like Drifter said. I mean, how you gonna police this bullshit? You're gonna AI. I mean, you're gonna have people. You can't contact them. Even when you do, it's like talking to AI.
well,
So
like,
I mean, I get it.
there's
This is
there's always some kind of paper trail. Like, people screw up, something happens,
Yep.
something gets. Once the feds like get into all your shit,
Yeah, you're done.
everything else.
Even the smartest person, people get screwed up. That actually is what
Right.
happened with the Silk Road dude. Like, he's actually a fairly intelligent guy, has a master's in physics and stuff. He's not dumb, but he fucked up early on initially, and that's how they
Yeah.
found it.
Look at the Unabomber. Leaves his fucking notes in the garage.
Well, it was his brother though that found him.
No, but he still left stuff around for third
Yeah.
parties to read.
Right.
Here he does all that shit, like the hard stuff, gets it there, they open it, and then leaves fucking notes. And the
Yeah.
brother recognized the writing.
You got to
Yeah.
be careful if you're ever
Yeah.
gonna pull some dumb shit like this off. Couldn't be me. Sorry.
No, it's just like the bombers. They say half of them blow themselves up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Hell, that's why I won't even mess with electricity in my house or anything like that. Like,
She doesn't even want to go near a light socket.
yeah, no,
I don't blame you.
fuck that.
I went
light
to,
socket. There's something wrong with it.
Yeah.
Please. And then he comes with a
I'll turn off the switch or whatever. I'm done.
Yeah. No, I mean, you shouldn't, man. I mean, there's a lot of, homeowners trying to save a buck killed themselves, whether it's roofing, electricity, a lot of
doing it,
stuff.
trying to
Getting
do it
crushed by a
themselves.
car.
Yeah.
But probably
Trying
none
to-
of them have homeowners insurance if the issues with
Yeah.
roofing and shit.
Yeah, right. Yep. There's a lot of ways to take. Look at these dumbasses that go out in airplanes that can't possibly climb over the mountains and take off in bad weather and fog and all sorts of shit. I mean, the planes are crashing all the time everywhere. Boats too. Some of these people that go out in these boats you never see again. And then you listen to the weather report when they left. It's like, what are you thinking?
did they ever figure out what happened to that plane in South America that went down the other day?
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
They'll
yeah, I
figure
heard
it
about
out,
that one
something,
too.
Yeah, once in a while, some of them just come out of the air, and you really never quite figure out why.
But planes, i- it's safer to fly than it is to
It
drive.
is. It is. It's true.
Not
Statistically.
since yeah, I was gonna say not so much on usually private planes like Cessnas or those
No,
little
yeah, no, that's
planes.
different.
A lot of people end up
No,
crashing
but
there.
commercial airliners,
Yeah,
yeah, safe,
commercial.
safe. Yep, that's right. Doing it for a living. But I mean, if you had enough money, you can go out and buy your own private plane, and you can take off whenever you fucking feel like it. Where in the airlines, it's like they're doing it all the time. For one thing, they have great equipment. You got two pilots. The other guy, he doesn't. He just wants to get somewhere. A lot of guys, when you first start flying, you're renting airplanes. It's a big deal. You got to go to work Monday. You're 500 miles away. It's foggy. It's crappy. You're going to try and sneak up there, flying lower between cloud layers. That's what gets you. You got to get home. And if you don't, here you are Monday, 500 miles away with maybe you had people with you. You're just fucked until the weather clears. So you do shit you normally wouldn't do. They fine you a bunch for not having the plane back. I mean, it's a perfect scenario to kill yourself.
I had both grandparents. Both flew, but one flew helicopters and fixed wing aircraft, and the other one was fixed wing aircraft. At least none of them crashed. One got shot down.
Really?
Yeah, my grandfather did in Vietnam. He was one of the older ones in Vietnam and got shot down. He survived.
What was he flying?
Helicopter.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow. Was he a prisoner?
No. He was trying to save some other people. I would have to look up exactly what went on because I don't recall the whole thing, but he was trying to say going into like battle basically, and he got shot down. He ended up breaking his back in a bunch of spots and then couldn't fly after that and had major health issues until he died.
Oh, poor guy.
I got an uncle with a hoof head in his forehead.
No, that's what you said. Yeah, well, that was
I think I have.
But life turned out good for him, didn't it?
Yeah. He lived to a ripe old age. Not a ripe old age, 78.
Yeah.
I think I have surgical equipment in my body from like one of the surgeries I've had.
Well, it's easy to find out.
Well, I saw it on a report, and it said some kind of like foreign, like I never asked
Yeah.
what it
Sure, it's
meant.
not the tip of a big dildo.
Who knows what it is?
Could it be like some random shit they left in you
It
when
could
they're
have
trying to
been,
clean
yeah.
out? Is that
It
what
could,
you're saying?
yeah, like it was some
They
Uh,
kind
leave
of. It
sponges in
says
people a lot.
it
yeah,
says surgical like s- what I don't have it in front of me to like tell you word for word, but yeah.
Where is it?
I don't know because I've had so many surgeries and I didn't see it until I had a body scan or whatever, and on the report from it, it talked about one of the one of the surgeries that I had. There was some kind of like surgical, what was it? I don't have it in front of me, but it was basically implying that something was left in there, but like no doctor ever brought it to my attention.
No,
Then
they won't. They cover each other's
right,
ass.
exactly. But like it was like a third party. Um, um, I had some kind of imaging done, and
Nice,
I forgot
Stephanie.
which one it was, but it said it on the
Wow.
sheet. I have it on the chart on my chart thingy.
One of my brothers was in a car accident once, a van accident. He went through the windshield, landed on a beer case, had a bunch of glass in his ass, and they initially took it out, and then he had to go back twice because they kept taking glass out of his
Oh,
eye.
yeah, it's not. Yeah, that happens. They say it eventually works its way out of you.
Yeah, he had to go back twice because he could feel it back there. He went in and they took it out.
Michelle, was any of that brain surgery?
I'm gonna fucking kill you, you jackass. No, I'm joking. No, it wasn't brain
Wow.
surgery.
All right. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick your brain.
Yeah.
Is it a brain surgery? It's a legit question, though. It still is kind of a legit question, but I had to give you something for it.
hopefully it's nothing titanium or metal or whatever. Maybe
Yeah.
just
I mean,
gauze.
yeah, like it didn't specify anything. It just said like surgical. Like I said, I don't have it in front of me, but it was like surgical, like but some kind of surgical thing.
I know
That was
Detroit Receiving, they shut them down for a while for leaving stuff in people's bodies over surgery, scissors and clips and all sorts of shit.
yeah, I mean, I could probably break. I mean, when I saw it, I was like, "What? What is this? Is it?" Because normally I don't look at those things because you just trust your doctors to tell you if there's something wrong.
Yeah. I
But
know a
in this
lady had the wrong
case,
kidney taken out.
yeah. But in this case, I was like, I actually read the report, and I'm like, "What?" Like the report that was done, I was like,
Yeah.
"All right," but no one said anything. Like my doctor, like no one says anything. Like actually tells you about it because then you might have a lawsuit
No,
on your
absolutely
hands,
not.
too.
They don't. Yep.
But then even with medical lawsuits, if you were to, try to say medical malpractice,
That's hard to do now.
it's hard. No, no, you're right. It's not like
And you got to have damages. I mean,
yeah,
whatever
you
it is
have to have,
inside
yeah,
you.
exactly. Exactly. Like you you have to have like I suffered like
No, yeah,
this
you can't get out of bed
and
or something.
and a medical diagnosis of this
Yeah.
because this happened
Yeah.
and this had to be proven for so many years. It's not like,
No, you got to get another doctor to say it's
yeah,
malpractice. That's the
yeah.
big hurdle.
And it's dependent on the state. Some states are weird about how all that works. So you
And
can
it's
be
pretty,
very
some
much
states are
limited.
really short windows of when you can file.
Texas is one of them.
Georgia's one. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was just weird all
But if it's
around.
still in you, I mean, what are your damages? I mean,
Well, the thing is because like I said, I have dealt with issues, but I would just blow it off like for it just being like, oh, I'm healing or this and that for years for like I said, my one surgery, but like, how do I now finding out? I mean, my surgeries happened a while ago. It's not like they happened recently. So it's
I,
like, how
yeah.
how could I even say that anything would
I
be
wonder
legal?
if it's kind of like they have the whole thing about implant illness. I'm not saying this is what you're going through, but
No,
like
it
Yeah.
definitely
having
isn't.
having a foreign body in your
Yeah.
literal body,
No, yeah, right. No.
it's really hard to figure out like, oh, this is what's causing my issues, because
Right.
there isn't the science behind it right now that it would even be a thing.
She didn't have breast implants. Michelle, would you mind turning the camera for a minute?
See her in
Well,
ass.
I'm just saying a foreign body, whether
Right.
it's
Yeah.
some random shit you have in you or
Yeah.
breast implants, whatever.
Yeah.
Someone I actually went to high school with went and had like a whole story online about the breast implant illness stuff because she got them when she was 18.
Yeah, but that was that stuff that was they linked to cancer.
I don't know which one.
Yeah, now they
hers
do them a
was.
lot better. They go through the armpit, and it's not that stuff that ruptures. That
Well, see, I think it's dependent on
How your body handles a
yes,
foreign,
yes,
like if your body, so your
it's
body
not like
can,
an organ transplant, though.
no,
but it kind of is in the same realm. It's not
No, it
that
isn't.
well
no,
because
not
if
everybody's body handles stuff like that well, and I don't think there's enough science behind it.
Well, there's enough science. Guys want to see them.
we'll
Well,
think of
cool.
we'll think
This is a
about it
study.
we'll think about it like this too, Tom, that they
Mark and
studied.
I'll stare at them. That's a science.
Oh, gee.
No, but really, there's millions of women walking around with fake tits, guys. Come on, you're acting like they're chopping half their heart out and fucking.
I'm not saying everybody's like
No,
that, but I'm saying in
no.
general, there are
So
some women, there's a small percentage at least, that have major issues, and it's
there's
not taken.
I think there used to be. I think they put those things in now with a safe thing, and they look better than ever.
Well, I'm
Mark
glad.
and I just ogle them. We don't ever care what the medical consequences are. We just look at that big new 6-inch cleavage.
And that's probably
Wish it well.
why they haven't really haven't looked at it and realized, hey,
Oh, we'll
there's
look at
some
them.
issues.
Huh.
Oh, you'll look at them, but I'm just saying they like really haven't gone.
I think, to me, no, I'm not
science
bragging,
behind it.
but I can spot a fake tit. Oh, here I go with medical information.
Uh-oh, just Tom's gonna get another
Thank
strike.
you.
We're
I can
just
spot a fake tit a mile away.
I was going
Hey,
to say
Tom.
the same thing because it's obvious.
Hey
Yeah.
Tom, maybe
There's certain things that make it obvious.
Oh yeah,
Well,
too
well,
big.
Tom,
They don't jiggle at all.
Yeah,
Well,
they don't
Tom-
lie down when the
They don't fall down to their waist like the women I date. I mean,
Yeah,
shit. It gets easier as you get older. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I mean, I'd say past the age of like 35. I mean, it takes about a half second to know if they're real or not. I don't like the feel of them. I always felt like it, like just I don't know. I just didn't like it. But you give me the creeps. Felt like fake, like I don't know. I just thought it was like as a guy I personally don't like. I don't like him either. No, I'd rather have a big old saggy tit, which for the last 15 years has been pretty easy.
Yeah.
Walk.
Good thing, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah. Hey,
Holy
I'm not-
shit! You talk about a problem at our age. We like firm breasts. Good luck. We'd be killing ourselves in a week.
better not like them.
Yeah, you better not like them.
Better not like them too much.
No, that's exactly also why we'll pay $38 for a margarita in a strip club.
Right.
What strip
Sorry.
club are you going to for $38?
Well, I'd go to one if they were real tits, but you can't do that anymore. I bring this up amongst guys once in a while. And it used to be like the girl next door, like cheerleader looking girls, just girl, came from a broken family, wanted to get out of the house, pay rent, went and stripped, and it's like, yeah, fucking ass. Well, all right. But now it's a lot of older women, purple hair, rings in their nose, fake tits, tattoos all over, baked as shit from tanning booths, just gross as hell. They barely look like women.
The patrons or the dancers? The dancers.
No, unfortunately, the dancers.
Yeah.
Some of the patrons would be as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate just looking at a good, nice body. I mean, it's not like you're sitting there as a man with a heart on. You're just looking. It's like, God damn, what a fucking body.
some people are just beautiful. Like,
Yeah, some people are. There's
I
somebody that keeps
appreciate-
sending me. I think it's some kind of spamming. I've reported it. They send me their avatars, like this girl with the best ass in the world. And now she's sending me one with a front shot, like in a little girl's underwear. It's like the most awesome body. I report it, believe it or not, because I think I'm getting set up. There's some thing you can click on there where you're getting these bullshit bot things.
Yeah.
And the things never make sense. And when I report them and block them and say I'm getting spammed or whatever the fuck you call it, even though they're great pictures, it comes back with the same shit, just a different avatar. Yeah, duck lips. Yeah, I don't know. What are these women doing with their fucking lips?
Should I've seen men do the same thing. I don't get it.
Shit.
I think
They're duck lips, you're right.
but
They look
the
like
thing-
kissing Grammies, those fish.
Well, you know what's
Yeah,
weird?
they're kissing fish. Yeah.
You know what's weird is like the trend used to be like not having big lips, and now the trend seems
No, they
to be
don't
like
look right,
having
though.
big lips. Like the bigger the better. Like buy lip
Oh, it's
liner
so
to like
fake.
make your lips look bigger. Get
I don't mind bigger lips. The issue is when they get too big, they look like a prolapsed asshole.
Yeah, they sure do. Mark knows what one of those looks like.
Ugh. I hope not.
It's not good.
That's why the girls don't hang around after he's done playing like they used to.
What's going on?
Fuck, that's frightening.
Well, it's fucking no groupies. That's why. These girls aren't stupid. They work in doctor's offices.
They might see prolapsed assholes if they're working in doctor's offices.
No, it's based on age, not your hobbies. It's just a
Oh.
safe bet. It could be a truck driver. I'm just giving an example of a keyboard player. No, but sometimes I know I would go to strip clubs once in a while, and I don't want to talk to them. I give them money to get fucking lost. I really would. I just want to see like a good, nice, beautiful body. Now I watch the Olympics instead. My God, man. Just
True.
fucking, I mean, do you women feel like this about the men in the Olympics? These fucking people have perfect bodies.
To be
No.
honest with you,
Tan, beautiful.
I don't know.
God
like-
damn it.
I can appreciate like beauty and like just a human. Like
No, just
can
a
ap-
good looking specimen of a human.
I can appreciate it, but like for me at least, you don't have to have like the perfect, like everything doesn't have to be perfect about you. I think sometimes what makes some people look good is some of their imperfections. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah,
Like can
fuck
make
that.
someone. No, I'm just saying.
Speak for
Well,
yourself.
and their personality.
No, no,
Oh
I
yeah,
mean
that'll work with women, but it doesn't work with.
no,
Uh,
like I've seen.
a non-attractive guy he's got a shot at an attractive woman. It doesn't. It's not the same though. The other way around. If a
No,
woman's unattractive, good fucking luck.
I've seen people in general.
Oh, here we go. The people you do. You always know people, see people. I
No,
want
do you
some
want to?
fucking names
I
tonight.
used to no, I used to work in the public. I used to come into contact with a ton of people. Like it was just like a so I would meet some people and like they would to me like it was like they're it's not like I saw like their bodies, like their naked bodies or anything, but like some of the people like they just came off even with some of like their non but they didn't have to be perfect. Do you know what I mean? Like they didn't have to have the perfect nose,
No,
the
no, I do
perfect
that
lips, the
too.
perfect eyes,
That's
the
called
perfect
dating, Michelle.
no, it's not.
You look
Just
for something: big nipples, nice ass, small hands, good skin, nice teeth,
you've never
beautiful
just
hair. No,
you've
you're
never
fucking looking around something that's going to give you a fucking hard on, right, Mark?
well no, like
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wasn't dating. Like I was just like, wow, that this person like the place where I worked, um, the one place where I worked, it was, um, it just seemed like everybody in that area was like freaking, like I don't know if they just in that area they all just kind of came from the same gene pool or like what was going on there,
Or you
but
in a
like I was
fucking Amish event?
no, but it was like it was just like wow, these people are freaking gorgeous.
That's how
Like
the
it was,
Olympics is. Watch a
no,
girls' volleyball team.
but the thing is with the
Holy
Olympics,
shit! Or those pole vaulters? God
they
damn!
have they have good bodies for sure,
Oh
but
fucking
they
a!
work their asses
No,
off
they
for
do.
them. It's
Oh,
not
and the
like
platform divers.
Oh yeah. Oh
it's
yeah.
it's not
Holy
like
Christ!
completely like just natural. We're like, yeah, like I work out
No,
sometimes.
yeah, I
Like you
know.
can kind of
No,
tell this
no,
is
I'm
like
not saying they don't do shit. They work out. I
they're
know, but their
athletes.
bodies are just fucking tens, man, all over the fucking place.
How
But
about everybody getting sick from swimming in the
Yeah,
Seine River?
yeah, yeah. That's true. They said they were like going by cans and shit and bottles
Wow.
floating. What a and yeah, getting sick for swimming in that dirty ass river. That's embarrassing.
hold on,
Of
you guys, I'll be
course.
back. Hold on.
It's
They
embarrassing.
they
That is
literally
embarrassing.
they literally said like it was nasty, and they like tested it and stuff, and still people they're throwing them in the water.
Yeah. Well, it was too late. They had too much into it. Everything was scheduled. Yeah, it'd be like having the Olympics in the Detroit River. You'd get out, you'd win the gold, and there'd be a fucking piece of toilet paper stuck to your head.
Yeah, to your medal.
Yeah, you couldn't do it, man. Everybody'd have to get a tetanus shot for their next event. Mississippi River's like that too.
Mississippi River is nasty.
Yeah, nasty. Yeah. But there are some just people like one time I went to this fitness show in like 1993 down in Orlando, Florida, and they had a lot of male bodybuilders there. And they were signing autographs and shit. And they had some like women that were like 8th-degree black belts. It was just a big event. They say the women, oh, I don't like men like that. Oh, they're just too big. Fuck. There was a fucking 10-mile long line to get their fucking autograph by the most beautiful women in the world. I ain't shitting. You couldn't see the end of it. Just flirting with these guys. I could have fucked 300 women a night.
I
Except
don't
they
like
couldn't get a. You don't like it either?
I don't like bodybuilder stuff. I don't even like it with women, men,
I
whatever.
don't like it with women. No way.
I don't even like it with men. It's
Not at all.
no, it's way too much.
Freakish.
What
Yeah,
do you want, a big bear
exactly.
gut?
Honestly, I'm more personality than anything else, but the biggest thing is I
Well, I know
don't
what the
want
biggest thing
somebody.
is.
Thanks. I don't like the super bodybuilder bullshit. It's
No, do you like a
and
guy in shape?
And what?
In shape.
That's fine. But I'm honestly not that picky. I don't need
How about a
somebody.
big fat pig?
How fat are we?
400, 5'3".
Well, I haven't been there before, so probably not.
Oh,
Hey.
all right. No, but played volleyball. Yeah, there was, but some of those people, and you'll see like, I'll tell you, look at these old, like really cute girls that were like famous in the Olympics for like 30 years ago, but they looked like trailer trash now. Look at like Tanya Harding and shit. I mean, she had a big ass, but was kind of cute. White trash.
Was she though? She was never that cute.
No, but I mean, she was cute because she was young and athletic. I mean, not beautiful, but definitely fuckable. Same with like Nancy Kerrigan, not a beauty, but I mean, they're ice skaters. I mean, they're just, what straight guy would, give them 10 free points right out of the chute for like doing that, right, Mark?
Yeah, I guess.
You know,
Yeah.
at that level. But boy, they didn't age well, none of them.
I mean, look at their faces. They were never going to age well. I'm sorry.
No, I mean they're not beautiful like but a lot of those young Olympics girls were cute as hell when they were young. Now they just look like they
Like
just
some of the
I don't know, they got on
gymnastics.
drugs or
I mean, a
what.
lot of them were like 20, and then they never got back in because Olympics, there's a short period of time.
Yeah, there
where you
is.
can- So a lot of them, it's just because they were really young. That was
Yeah.
the best they had. Now they had great bodies. I'm jealous to that degree
Yeah, they
because
did. They sure did.
I could never have a body like that. I don't think ever. But
No, but that's a freak. They're freaks to begin with.
yeah,
You got to be like 5 foot, 90 pounds, muscular as hell, jumping around on top like a squirrel on this little skinny board.
And that talent.
Yeah. I mean, it's world class talent, which is why it probably don't know anybody that ever did it, which is why the Olympics are so popular. You watch these people, if you ran track or something like that, you can't believe the times these fucking people are running. It's like,
yeah. One
God
of my
damn.
best friends growing up went and tried to do the Olympics and stuff like that, and she was tiny as shit. But she never got to the Olympics.
No,
She
you
did.
got to be tiny and super athletic.
She got, I think, a full ride to college, but that was it.
That's still pretty good, though. I mean, you're still good.
I was always jealous because she could do aerials and do all this fun stuff. And I was like, damn it, I can't do any of this.
Yeah, just a gift, really good. I got to play. I played a lot of basketball when I was younger and got to play in a summer league one time and showed up at the University of Michigan when they needed a guy. And it was a pro-am thing, like pros that weren't famous, but good college players in the summer league, and they needed a guard. Fuck. Man, I realized in about first 5 minutes, just unbelievable, man. I couldn't even get a fucking shot off. I mean, these fuckers were just everything. Just 10 times as good and about 8 inches taller in every position.
How tall are you?
Believe 5'10".
Oh, yeah.
But you just can't believe down there standing on the floor. Your whole life you've been playing with guys you've been better than and seeing these guys like dunking from that far out and stuff.
I used to always have people tell me, because I'm 5'9", they would always say, you need to do basketball. And I'm like, I am not good at basketball. Fuck off.
Girls basketball has really come a long way.
Yeah, there's more people that watch it now, but barely. But it's gotten better.
Caitlin Clark, I would say she's probably the best basketball player I've ever seen. Her court vision and shooting is unbelievable.
I'm jealous of people that can do that because I'm not great at it.
No, I mean, she dominates night in, night out, never has a bad game. I mean, everything's good. Her passing, her defense, her shooting is insane. She has done so much for that league. And bonus, she's not a lesbian. That's a part of it, the NBA worried about this too. That's why I really believe that there are white guys that have gotten MVP awards just to keep that marketing thing going. They're praying for another Larry Bird to show up because they want diversity. You know, they don't want it to make it look like one certain group is playing every game all the time. They
Right.
want, give people think that you have a chance through working hard.
I don't pay attention to any of this crap but I do get it. I don't pay attention to any sports.
Yeah, a lot of it's marketing, Yeah.
They've done better though with some of the marketing and also like college sports and stuff like that. So the college players are actually making more money and aren't being screwed over. That's a
Yeah,
nice
but I'll tell you
thing
one thing though,
they're doing.
I think that's ruined college sports. I mean,
How
I'm glad they got what they got, but I think it's ruining college sports.
why?
Everybody, well, because people are, like there's a billionaire that's claiming now at Texas A&M, he's going to give every 5-star football recruit $1 million to go there. And
Well, I mean,
it's legal,
yeah, some of that shit you could change.
but you can't change it because this is a nil deal. He's, claimed he represents our oil company or whatever the hell it is. It's some shit like that. But you got these players making 2-3 million a year now that don't even start.
You could change up the laws somehow, but you probably have to do it state by
Well,
state.
the changing of the laws would be that the money went back to the school, which isn't quite fair either. I mean, it's the talent that the kids are bringing that's drawing these people in to pay for tickets. I mean, college sports is like huge, crazy money. And it's great that these guys are getting paid, but it's changed the dynamics. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To that, they're leaving now. Nobody's staying around. There's got this cancel culture going on. It's,
I get it, but
it's huge business.
yeah, I'm not big into sports, so to me, whatever.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Don't care. But I don't want to see people getting screwed over like when they're in college. Before,
No,
a
no.
lot of times they were being screwed
Oh,
over. They're
big time.
barely being paid.
Yeah.
I feel like
They weren't being paid. They were getting a scholarship. Free
yeah,
food board, which is
there's better
outstanding.
ways to set things up. Is what I'm getting at.
I think so too. I mean, we pay to see good talent. Why shouldn't they be paid? Well, they are paid now, but I mean, it doesn't seem to bode well for the fan.
Yeah, totally get it.
Yeah, it's crazy the change that there's been. Look at, in these, I think this Kirby Smart, the guy here right down the street at the University of Georgia, he's the highest paid coach now. I don't know what they're paying him now a year, but, there's a lot of like talent that comes into being a head coach. If they could have got someone cheaper, they would have. It's crazy.
It's insane how much they pay, whether it's college coaches or actual professional
I know.
coaches. The sheer amount. I always look at Mark Cuban since he's in Texas, around where I am. And
Yeah.
it's just the sheer amount of money.
I know.
Fuck.
I know. It's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, it's nuts.
We always sit and talk about, hey, we should pay more for teachers and even medical professionals and stuff. And you see this shit, and it's like, God,
Yeah, but here's the deal. It's easy to get medical professionals and teachers than it is to be a gifted athlete from a numbers game. You can get 10,000 college PhD professors. You can't get a guy that rushes for 2,100 yards in a season.
I was going to say more MDs, not PhD.
Either one. It's easier to get people from academia than it is to get talented athletes. For sure.
I don't know about that. I always think
It
about
is. And the PhDs don't bring a goddamn dime into the school.
well, PhDs. I'm not going to argue there, but I'm thinking more like just your regular MDs or DOs or stuff like that.
They make good money.
Oh, they do, but they don't make millions of dollars. Like,
No, that's because you can get them. There's way more of MDs and DOs than pro athletes. That's why. You get up and they're paying you that kind of money, there's a reason for it. And if they could have got people to do it cheaper, they would have.
I won't argue with you there. I really don't know.
No, that's the truth. It is. You can go out and get PhD professors. They're a dime a dozen. You can't get MVP all-stars. You're lucky to have a LeBron James show up once in a lifetime.
But do they need to be paid 30 plus million a year?
The
or some
market
shit?
creates itself. If they could get them cheaper, they would. They're not getting any more than they have to pay. They're not being overpaid. That's what they've earned in that market by the draw to their team and everywhere they go. I mean, if you look at Jordan and LeBron James, they got them for nothing compared to the money that they made the league. Anywhere you go, their whole careers, even if your team didn't win a game all year long, it was sold out when either one of those guys were coming for 20 straight years. It's just the way it works. You
Yeah.
can't get, but PhDs, MDs, dime a dozen compared to those guys.
I'm more probably shitty because I think that having a better educational background should get you farther, but I get it.
No, that's true to an extent, but not when you get at that level. It's true. But if you look at like GEDs, college graduates, I mean, there's a relationship between that and income for lifetime earnings.
Yeah.
You know, GEDs never do as good as high school graduates, no matter what they do in life, barring exception.
Agreed.
It's just the way it is. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
mean, you can't take a test and expect it to replace 3 years of sitting in a classroom. You know why the GED was created, don't you? It was for guys that were underage that were recruited to fight in the war. They got killed, maimed, and everything else. And when they got out, because they were high school graduates, weren't high school graduates, they couldn't get jobs and couldn't get into college. That's what the GED was created for. It wasn't for today. It was to get them up to snuff, have a bare minimum test they could take, and allow them to get on with life after serving their country.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's how technically my dad.
But they kept it instead of doing away with it. And this is what we got.
Another application.
Yeah.
That's how my dad got through. He dropped out of high school, but he joined the military during Vietnam because he came from a bad household and it was a pain in the ass. So he joined there, but he said to this day he's so fucking lucky that he was able to get an actual high school diploma and not a GED when he joined.
He's right. It's true.
Well, he said that.
And the
Yes.
data is out there between GEDs and high school diplomas. It's apples and oranges.
Yep, that I know for a fact.
Yeah.
At least in my family.
Right. Yeah, it's true. It's and they still kept it, which, you know, and you know what? I'm not so sure. I don't know. I'm so out of touch with this stuff. I mean, does anybody give a fuck if you're a high school graduate anymore?
Not that I fucking know of. And I don't think
Right.
anybody really checks for that.
And I read an article about a year ago that said you could get into branches of the military now without a GED.
I've heard-
Really?
Yeah.
I think it's dependent on what you're joining and at the time you're
Yeah.
joining.
I mean, you're not going to submarine school.
Yeah, I think it is dependent on when you're joining.
Yeah, that
Well,
too. Yeah. The
I've
state
been
of affairs.
well, I've been told with like police and fire departments here
Yeah.
that they cut the original qualifications because they needed people so bad that they were taking like, you know, like how they would make you do like a physical
Yeah.
requirement. You had to do a certain amount of push-ups, sit-ups within a certain amount of time, run a certain amount of time, and all of that. Well, they were so desperate around here for people to like do it that like they started cutting. You know, they started lowering
You
requirements.
know, all New York hires now for police and fire have to go to through this third party thing.
Really?
Yeah, to guarantee everybody gets a fair shot.
But yeah, because when I went to become, I took my civil service exam to be a police officer when I was in my early 20s. And honestly, the requirements even back then, physical requirements,
They were hard.
they weren't that, they weren't like that extreme. Yeah, you did have to be, in a certain physical, but like you didn't. It's not like you had to be like a bodybuilder or anything to like
No, you're
uh,
right. Yeah.
beat those tests. But the thing is I am a horrible test taker, and I did do okay on my exam, but like I wasn't like at the top of the tier or anything. And talking with my family, they just didn't like the fact that that's what I wanted to do at the time. So I didn't go through with it, but I guarantee you I probably could have been one, but like everybody was kind of against it at the time of me doing it. So,
It used to be a cake job. Now they're having a hard time getting policemen to apply.
well, the thing is it's pretty intense, but this is why I wanted to do it. This is my whole theory behind even going for it. You can
I could, I
retire
could, I could see you being a cop, Michelle. Up against the wall, scumbag.
Yep.
Please.
with my billy sack beating people down. Well, like, I mean, like, freaking. But the thing is you can retire in like 20 years with like a full pension. You get full benefits for the rest of your life. Like, you get a full ride. So if you get into it in your early 20s, you're retired before you hit 50 years old. Then go live your freaking life. Like, go through all the stress, and obviously it's not
A
a
lot of
public.
those places are getting away from that, though. It's 401ks and shit.
It's still that's still how it is here. But yeah, like, are you kidding me? You told me at like 20 years old, I I do this, obviously it's not the stress-free job or anything, but like you go through that stress for like, you retire early, freaking then go freaking relax and do whatever. But
My dad used to talk about guys he would work with. Mind you, they didn't work together, but he knew people. They would work for like GM or one of those big companies, and then 20 years they could retire and have a nice pension to be set up. And he didn't like the type of work they were doing because I think my dad would have like gone fucking insane if he did that type of work. But he was jealous that they just retired and had this great pension, which he
yeah,
didn't.
Right.
my uncle is a retired police officer, and um yeah, like he like freaking got to retire earlier than most people and living with his life, like gets to like really enjoy his retirement, and he's happy he went through all of it and did it, and
Yeah, my mom worked with the school district and she got a pension too after a little over 20 years.
yeah, so like it works for some people. Like there's jobs that you can get where it's not like the glamorous job, or it's not like a stress-free job, but like if you can deal with it for 20 something years, like you can come
Yep.
out and be like, yeah, I'm kicking. Like, people still have to work till they're 65, 70 years old, and you're like freaking 50, 52, living your life now.
Yeah.
But it's not without stress, because even my grandmother, she worked as a 911 dispatcher, and a lot of people wouldn't do that job either. That's a high stress job. That can
No,
be.
that's a job that needs a lot of therapy.
Yeah.
Her
Base,
therapy.
base.
My grandmother's therapy was a bottle of Jack Daniels.
Oh,
Well,
good for her.
well, that's not great, but yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
know, right?
definitely.
I know, right, Skyball. And then you wonder why I'm like, oh, I don't really drink that much. Yeah,
Yeah.
her therapy after going to 911, but that was like her passion though. Like she would even, those radios where like you can hear like dispatch. What are they
Yep.
called? Like,
I've had them before. I've had one. I grew up with one. I forgot what the fuck they're called, but you could listen to the dispatch unless
yeah.
it's not
Scanner.
encrypted. Yeah,
Scanner.
scanner.
Scanner, yeah, Scanner. She had one of those, and on her days off, she would even listen to like everything
My
too. Like,
dad
so
used to do that.
Yeah, my dad did too.
that must have been like the entertainment thing for like old
Now
back
they got
then.
them like truncated, they call it, where you
Well,
got
now
to
we
put the
just
Or
program.
encrypted. You
Yeah.
can't hear much.
Well, nowadays all we do is we just Google stuff now, right? If we want to hear about stuff happening, like now we just Google
No, but
go on
that's not
social
like
media.
hearing like police
You
get called to
you
somewhere.
can
Right.
Google like scanners of various different locations and listen. Problem
Yeah,
is
yeah,
they
you
do
can get a
they
phone app for that.
they encrypt so much that
Yeah, they do the good shit. You can get a scanner to hear it, but it's got to be programmed by a professional,
yeah.
and it's about $800. But where
It's
the old days you could go to Radio Shack and be set an hour later.
Should I remember growing up and my dad had a scanner. I would like listen to everything in the area and I would hear like random people's phone calls and shit.
Yeah. And you used to have a ham radio license to carry one in your car, but they did away with that law too.
Yeah, I've actually I- I've been tempted to have something like that, but I don't see the point in having it. But I've talked to my dad about it because he got into all that crazy shit, and he was like, if you want to do it, go for it. But
I like listening to planes talk at night, coming into Atlanta and stuff.
well, at least you know what they're saying, because I probably wouldn't listening to the different.
Yeah, that's because everybody always says that when you're taking for an airplane ride. Like, how do you keep up with all this shit? Well, it's because I already know what they're saying. I know
Yeah.
what they're going to be saying because I know where I'm going and what I want to do. So I've got a pretty good idea from listening before I got there what everybody's doing. But if you're just a passenger riding and you're trying to comprehend that and you don't know anything, that's why it seems like such a big, complicated mess. But it's not, because if you say, well, let's go to Atlanta, I'd like to land there, it's like, okay, I'm listening from here to there the whole way. I know what runway they're using. I know what the altimeter setting. I know how busy it is. And you're sitting there thinking, man, how do you keep track of all that shit? Well, that's how. I'm just confirming what I already know.
That shit I understand.
Yeah.
It's just more you don't fly a plane. Yeah, you're gonna be confused listening to all this and
Oh,
like,
you will.
hey,
And
we're
you'll look at
going.
all those, they look at the dash and it's like, how do you keep track of all this shit?
Well, once you're smart enough to get a pilot's license, then it becomes a lot more clear.
I don't think you have to be smart to get a pilot's license. I really don't.
I don't think either. I've known a dumbass that had one, at least. So
And you look at the shit some of these pilots, these, private pilots do, and it's just like, how did this
Tom, did
ever?
you
Lately, the last month, there's been instructors killing people. I
do
know
you
a guy
think
that owns a flight school in Michigan. He just had an instructor get killed, and the students all fucked up on an
that's why
introductory
people
flight.
get so upset about planes crashing. It's all these weird, shitty private
Yeah.
pilots that don't know what the fuck they're
No,
doing.
this instructor took a college kid up for an introductory flight. Try and introduce him to aviation. And you know why they crashed? Ran out of fuel.
Jesus Christ.
I know.
do, Tom, now with taking a pilot's license, do you have to go through like a stress test or a mental health
You
test,
do
like some
after
kind of like
you do the mental health. No, the stress test. Yeah, after 40, you got to get a heart
you get
EKG and stuff.
all right.
But
Okay.
the mental thing, God, I hope not.
Well,
Or
like I
there's
mean,
some people I've known that, or at least one in particular, that has a pilot's license that probably shouldn't have one if it's for considering the mental health.
I raised my right hand and I promised to not run into planes like I did to cars. Yeah, actually, it's when you're up in the air and you're like you're not running into shit. I think there's incompetent pilots that get away with careers because if you're merging onto expressways and you're in LA or Chicago where it's busy, Dallas, you're turning all the time. You're a truck driver. That requires a lot of on the ball attention. It doesn't take long to see if you're any good at it or not. We're flying. You're always like kind of like on your own. You got a co-pilot if you're doing it for a job. You've got controllers watching you. You got all sorts of nav equipment that's warning you if you're fucking up. You got autopilots. So I think it kind of pads stupid people because of all the redundancy in it. Where when you're driving a semi-truck, it's just you. I think it's 10 times the responsibility than flying a jet airplane.
Oh, it definitely is. I have a friend. He's a truck driver, and they forced him to quit because they take health exam. You have to go for like physical
Yeah.
examinations. and they said they're like, you're not healthy enough um to be on the road.
Yeah, I know you
You
can't
know,
be a diabetic.
I'm not sure what he had some he had some kind of something was wrong, obviously. And they were like, no, and he was like, I feel fine. Oh, I think he had blood pressure issues or something.
Yeah, that'll do it
That's
too.
what it was.
No,
Something
there's
like,
some definitely disqualifiers. You know, I noticed today, and I've noticed this before. It's like most of the truck drivers that I'm past are smoking.
All
okay.
right, I have to ask something now. How do you pronounce the? I'm gonna say it wrong, but the RV name Prevost.
You know, I'm not sure. I see it too. I'm not really sure.
However you say that name. My grandfather has blood pressure issues and has flown planes, and he can still.
No, you ready for
I
this?
don't
You ready
understand it
for this?
either.
Hey, you ready
How
for this? You can drive an emergency vehicle and any kind of motorhome they make with no CDL.
really?
Yeah,
Because they were trying to make me get a CDL license for, oh, but it was for the city though too. But it was
yeah.
just for like a
You,
van. It
you can
wasn't
you
like
can
a,
you can go out and buy a Class A motorhome, which is the biggest, and
yeah.
take off out of the lot and having never driven one.
Okay, so that
Really?
that would be the Prevost, however you say that name.
Emergency vehicles either, like volunteer firemen, driver's license, driving that big ass fire truck.
My grandfather should not be driving, but nobody can stop him. So he'll be 90 years old and still.
There was a guy up when I was in Michigan who used to go to that Tim Hortons and get coffee. Larry, 82. They bought a big Class A going places.
It's
And I
Class
used,
A. Sorry, I
I
had to
used
look.
to always joke with him, you're going to kill somebody or kill yourself. And he said, fuck you. No, I'm not. Well, about 6 months after that, he wasn't in the motorhome, but he pulled right out in front of somebody on M55 and got T-boned and got killed.
Wow.
Well, I'm glad he killed himself versus
Yeah,
somebody
that's it.
else.
Instead of somebody else. I was just reading an article tonight. There's a slight difference in mortality with surgeons 60 and over. You start to lose your skills. They raised flying from 62 to 65, and because of the shortage of pilots, they're considering 70. But your skills do diminish. I notice
I
that my
think,
reactions
Oh,
aren't the same. I'll
I,
give you an example. Like I avoided running over a couple snakes in the last 3 weeks, barely. And I know that I see them, I, I identify them, but I take too long
you're
compared to the old days.
absolutely correct, because this is what happened with my grandfather. Because he flew Cessnas and
Yeah,
other little small planes.
yeah,
Everybody was getting onto him, going, there's nothing you can do if somebody's with you, because he always brought his wife, who
yeah.
doesn't know how to do shit. And everybody was like, just stop, be
I
done.
think,
No, other people notice it.
now I
Yes,
have to,
everybody was noticing it
You know, I'll
too.
tell you another thing you'll notice as you get older that goes to shit. Parking.
Is that why
Parking.
everybody parks so terribly
Yeah,
sometimes? When I
yeah,
see these
yeah,
big
that's
ass trucks
yeah,
that
see,
barely can park
see,
yeah,
anywhere.
no,
yeah.
no,
No, they'll
here's,
have a fucking Lincoln that'll be taking up 3 spots in a busy place.
Yes.
no, see, this is where I can't agree with what you're saying, Tom, to exactly, because I know people who it's just like your mind and everything. It's like stuff with certain people deteriorate on certain people than others. So to group a whole like
No, bullshit.
uh
The data's there with old people and driving.
You're just not as quick.
No,
The
you're not as quick.
Yeah,
like
the reaction.
How
I
many
know people
70-year-old NFL quarterbacks are there?
well that's because they go through freaking beat downs and shit
Hey,
like that
okay,
for like 20 years.
brain surgeons, baseball players, pool players, golf, anything. It changes. It's a part of aging. Your reflexes and stuff change.
Yeah, you're just not as quick. I will absolutely agree with
And the
this.
people that say, well, you know what? I weigh 180 pounds for the last 50 years. You do, but you know what? The muscle to fat ratio is much different now.
I have to tell you, from all the old people that I've had to work with and everything else, I've seen vast, like, from, like, I've met 80-year-old people who are all there, quick as can be, and I've met 80-year-old people who I am like, Do not even get in the
How
car.
many 80-year-old
Like, what
race
are
car
you
drivers do you
doing?
see?
How many what?
80-year-old race car drivers. All you got to do is sit there,
Maybe
steer, and
they
hit the
don't want
gas.
to race the car. I mean, ask them.
No, they
Ask them,
can't
why aren't
because
you
their
racing
skills
the
are
car?
gone. They can't. There aren't any.
I don't know. All I gotta say is that
Look at the
I
driving length of pro golfers as they age.
we're talking. We're not talking about We're not talking about
We're
professional
talking about getting older and
athletes.
why people aren't in professional anything at a certain age because of
But
age.
I will say a lot of people, like my grandmother, for instance, she's really smart and quick, but I wouldn't want her to be racing a fucking car.
That's
right.
the difference.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're still. So for you to say that they're not like all still up there, I've met like as far as like dementia and stuff like that goes,
No, I'm
not
not
even
counting
else.
that.
Oh yeah, that's
Like
worse.
I'm not
I've
counting fucking dementia.
I've met people who, that at 60 where they couldn't do shit, and I've met 60-year-olds who still work out who are in better shape than
Yeah,
I am.
yeah, that's true, but they're not. That their reactions aren't what they were when they were 20.
All
We're
right.
talking about reaction time.
Yeah, they're still slower. I would say that.
Big time slower. You'll find that now.
I've met some people in their 20s that were pretty slow. So I mean, I don't
Well,
know.
some
I
people are. I'll
I mean,
just
I
say
don't know if
this.
they were
I'll
high,
say it in the
but
nice way, regarded instead of the way I would say
okay.
it.
Well, I
Oh, your
mean, like,
fucking goddamn reactions slow the fuck down.
Yeah.
You act like there's 70 years olds out there that haven't changed since they were 20. That's nonsense.
physically wise, you mean, like
Yeah,
physicality.
yeah, fuck yeah. Anything, softball, any sport, any muscular memory, any of this fucking shit. Mortality rate goes up with surgeons 60 and over. They should be smarter, more experienced, but their brain isn't working like it was when they were 40, and they're starting to fuck up.
Well, the thing is, too,
Why
though,
can't
is
pilots just fly until they don't feel like doing it anymore rather than a government mandate? Because of statistics of people their age fucking up.
That's why we pushed my grandfather to stop flying.
Right. If you're just going out, that's what I'd be doing now. I go out, I get in a plane, I fly around. There's no control tower. I fucking fly over the house and wave to Marty and I land. It's like, oh, wow, you're still flying? Yep. Yeah, but now you take me to go down into fucking O'Hare or fucking Hartsfield, busy
or
corridor like Florida, where there's a zillion fucking airplanes in the air over the winter.
no way, Tom.
Now we're
Tom,
gonna fucking find.
well,
It's just like people say, they say your driving diminishes when you get older. I don't notice it a bit. Okay, let me take you on a country road where it's raining where you've never been before. You're
well, that's your eyesight because mine's I have really bad. I have. That's just your eyesight
no, but when
because.
you're local, you know where you're going. That's a big advantage.
Well, yeah, yeah, oh yeah,
But when you're
yeah.
young, you don't give a fuck where you're at. Out in the country, dark, raining, been there once, been there a million times. But when you get older, that's why a lot of older people don't want to drive at night because your night vision goes to shit, especially dark and rainy. Now, if you're going from Detroit to West Palm Beach, no big deal. Down the expressway, a zillion lights. You got every clue in the world, painted lines, traffic with you. But you start getting on these back roads out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Tom, I'll attest to that. I've been doing a lot of night driving coming
Oh
back.
my God. You got your brights on all the time.
Yeah, I do.
I know. Me
There's no
too.
lights. There's no street lights back there. Everything's reflectory,
Yeah.
and it's a little shaky at times. The first time I was coming back, somebody had used one of those uh, treatments on my windshield.
Yeah.
Whoever owned the car
Yeah.
before me,
Yeah.
and I couldn't see a thing. I was blinded. I had to have all the way home for an hour and a half. I had to run with the windshield wipers on just to be able to see
Oh,
out.
yeah. Now we're talking. That's it.
So I got that removed, and then now it's not so bad. You get used to it, but I know what you mean.
Yeah. It's just a natural part of aging. You know what I mean?
I had this buddy. He was a truck driver, and he had a couple of he liked his drinks after the job. and he had he had an aneurysm, and they took his truck driving license away. They took his car license away. Now he can apply to get them back, but he's got to jump through a lot of hoops to get even his personal license back.
Yeah.
He's a saxophonist, and he can't come to the gigs anymore.
That's horrible. That's horrible, Mark, because I know somebody personally,
Yeah, it does.
very close and personal, who had an aneurysm and they still drive. They got
Yeah,
the
it depends where.
All right. Okay. Well, then
Well,
that's that.
it's also dependent on you have to wait like 6 months or approval from the doctor, stuff like that.
Well,
All
in
right.
any
Okay.
medical event, now people bitch about this, but any medical event in Michigan,
Yeah.
6-month suspension on your driver's license, and a
Yeah.
cop can make that determination. You could go to an expert the next day, doesn't mean shit. You're not driving for 6 months.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I
That
was
doesn't
thinking.
seem right, though. I mean, like, if you have a legit medical issue that's documented, and yeah, this is
It doesn't need to be documented. I know of 2 instances in West Branch, where I've living, where they went
Yeah.
to the DMV to get their plates or their license. You got to wait in line, pull one of those tickets, and the
Yeah.
air condition wasn't working, and they fainted.
Yeah.
6 month suspensions for both of them.
Wow.
Don't ever have seizures, even if
Absolutely right. Seizure is the kiss of death.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Hilariously enough, years ago when my dad got injured, he had seizures, and somehow
Oh my God, that's a
He-
killer on your driver's license.
Yeah.
it wasn't reported. It should
Oh,
have
you get
been.
low lucky.
And he would sit and talk to me and say he would be driving and didn't know where the fuck he was, and I was like, oh God,
They'll
you should've
do it.
never.
Yeah, they'll do it a lot too. Where you're tired, you worked a double shift, and you're waiting at a red light, and you bump somebody's bumper. Your foot
Yep.
comes off the brake for a second. 6 month suspension.
Yep. You have to be really, really careful.
Yeah. Yep. And in Michigan, they got a thing where you can report people anonymously, and they'll call you in for a fucking driving test.
Ugh.
Like if you've got a grandmother or something that's running people off the road,
Yeah. Yeah.
and she's
Well,
like your
that's it.
grandfather or uncle, whoever you said, they're not going to quit driving. So you call on them. Before you know it, they get a thing in the mail. We're going to suspend your license if you don't come in here within a month and let us test you.
See, I would get that for older people that
Yeah,
are
it's
way
what it is,
older
older
Yeah.
people. Yeah,
that shouldn't be on the road.
right.
I met a lot
Look
of
at Florida. Go down to Florida in the winter.
I was born there. I know.
Oh, Florida's the worst. When I first went to
That's where my
Florida,
grandfather is, and he's terrible.
everyone's getting into freaking car accidents everywhere all the time. I mean, I
Yeah,
get
that's
it,
why. That's it.
but I've never been to a state where it's you drive and they're not all of them are major. It's not like
No,
these-
it's not. They're not going. That's because they keep the speeds low. They don't let them fucking,
Man.
it's 35, 40. You go down either side of Florida, A1A, all those roads, 35, 40. So you're not really getting an opportunity to go fast enough to do crazy damage. I'm not saying nobody ever gets killed, but that's part of the reason why they keep the speeds low.
It's
Less.
good because I was
It is good.
it's not like New York City. How I don't know if you've ever drove in New York City, but
Yeah.
you have to be on your A game or else
Oh, big time.
you have to be on it. But you still don't there's accidents, because they drive crazy.
You ever rode a cab there?
Yeah, yeah.
Holy shit, man. It's like a fucking amusement ride.
Yeah, and stay away from. I learned really fast. Taxi cabs don't stop all the time. They will run a person even if you are not jaywalking and they don't stop for pedestrians, only at lights. If it's you know what I mean. Once that light turns green, you better get out of the street, even though pedestrians have the right of way, because those cabs will they don't care.
No, it's anywhere there's a bunch of. That's why people move to places like the villages. They don't need to drive.
Oh, you're talking about
I
Florida
saw that
villages?
place. Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've never been there, but I've heard about how fucking stupid it is. I
Oh,
don't think
well,
I
it's
wanna
not
go
if you're old, don't want to drive, and you're on a
Yeah.
bunch of medications. You walk across the street to your doctor,
Yeah.
You go
No,
fuck
it's
They've had
around
some
in
cool.
that
It's
interesting
store and beer
doc-
stores and everything else.
they've had some interesting documentaries about that area.
It's popular, man. If you look at the value of those homes there,
yeah.
I mean, it's working.
Yeah.
But it's all geared around people that have scared the shit out of themselves living alone out in bumfucked Egypt.
I mean, the thing is, is like I said, like when I would drive to Florida and everything, and I'm just like, what is wrong with all these people? Like it was like literally every mile there was like an accident, like everywhere. I'm like, freaking, what's going on? It would be beautiful weather, so it's not like you could
No,
say,
it's
oh,
all
it was a
old people
snow.
shit. Turning in front of people, rear-ending people, all old people wrecks.
Man, well, I thought when I was driving in, I'm talking, I mean, like when I was in Orlando, that I kind of understood because nobody knew where they were going, a lot of tourists and stuff. But when I was on the outskirts, I'm like, how come all these accidents are happening on like residential outskirts, like away from, Disneyland and stuff like that? And then I came to realize I saw the population and it was, yeah, it was.
I
It
love me
was
some Orlando only because I was born there, but I still hate it. I hate all the people there.
That place
well, I
sucks.
mean, like Orlando, what I realized because like I would always venture out, like I'd go to like the Walmarts, like I would talk to people,
Yeah.
just trying to get a feel for everything. And like most people were tourists or they were not from here. There's a lot of like a lot of foreigners live there.
Yes, it's huge. And then on top of that, if you want to get anywhere, you have all the toll roads. And you
That's
can
right.
never
Yeah,
get
They're
they have
worth
anywhere.
like
it.
these toll roads, right? And I'm like, yeah, let's just go on the toll road because I don't want to mess around. But like they're like everywhere. Like
Yes, it's fucking awful.
actually,
But, that was part of the Orlando Disney plan to route everybody around the neighboring cities like Kissimmee.
See,
yeah,
they said like, yeah, it was gonna route everybody around, but eventually it'll be paid off, and then you won't have to pay for it, which is utter horse shit. That never happened.
No, it'll
So,
never happen. There's some other place they did that. Oh yeah, going into
Dallas.
Hilton Head. No, going into Hilton Head. That was supposed to be like once it was paid for.
Sorry, I just had to say Dallas, where I live. Everybody says dumb shit like everything's gonna be paid for, but it's all the same
well, I've
bullshit
been to
like it is in
Dallas.
Orlando.
I've been to Dallas a couple times, and um, I went and I saw the Mint, right? So they have the Mint in Fort Worth, Dallas,
Yeah.
and then they had
There's personal income. You don't have state income tax. You still get taxed down there. They
Neither
make
does
up for it. They make up for it.
Florida doesn't either. It's the same.
Right, but they make up for it in different fees.
Yeah,
it's
both Florida and Texas make up for it.
Right.
well, like in Fort Worth, the area that I was in, and I forgot the name of the town and everything, but there's a vast population of a certain nationality that you
No,
won't
and
find
well,
in what's the nationality that you don't find in most places? They're like
Canadian.
Indianish. What's it called? It's not Indian, but
Where?
like in Fort Worth by in Texas.
Even I'm confused by this
I
one.
think it starts with an S.
Sri Lankan?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think maybe that's what it is.
Oh,
And
Because
I've
that's
never
south of India. Sri Lankan would be south of
See,
India.
are you talking about a country or the name of the people?
no the name of the people like they're it's
Sikhs.
is that what it is? I
Yeah.
forgot what it's called, but I met a bunch of people because I like never seen like this type of like people, and there were a lot of them, and they're like, no, this is like a certain nationality, and I never knew about because like I never came across that where I live. But they took up it's a pretty big population there because like where I live, you're either white, black, or Puerto Rican. There's very little Mexicans where I live, and any like very little
Yeah, but
like
that's why they call them Hispanics now. Covers them
well,
all.
but like I said, like Hispanic, but I mean like there's a big Puerto Rican population where I live. That's their nationality. That's just how it is here. But like when I went to Texas, it was different.
Yeah, where I live, I'm in North Dallas, so it's usually white, black, Mexican, or Hispanic, whatever. There's Indian. There's like various different Asian, whether it's like Japanese, Chinese, whatever.
Hmm.
That's why I said Sri Lankan, because I was wondering if that was what it
Yeah, it's
was.
Sikhs.
I don't know. It started with an S, and they're like, oh, it's like a whole tribe down here
Yeah,
of
it's
like
Sikhs. God damn it.
Sikhs.
Oh,
Okay,
oh shit. Yeah, you're correct. Sorry.
Well, Sikhs, you can tell a Sikh because they have turbans.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
yes, that's what
They
it
don't
was. Like,
shave
'cause
either.
yeah, like
Right.
I didn't know what it was called because I was like, well, that's different because every area, like even in like New York, like if you go to Florida, you meet a lot of Cubans in Florida. I met a lot of Cuban people in Florida.
I love Florida and Cuban food. I wish we had Cuban
Yeah,
food
it's
like we
good.
do in Dallas.
Black beans and pork.
Yes. I just want a good Cuban sandwich. Around here, it
No, yeah.
sucks.
You know, the Vietnamese make a good sandwich out of pork with like these slight, finely thin jalapenos on toasted bread. It's so damn good. And they have, I don't know what they do, but they know how to like make these pork chops taste good. It's main staple in their dinners, Vietnamese dinner. You get a fried egg, like a over easy one, a pork chop, and some other things. It's
I'm
good.
just jealous of not being able to live by the coast and have fresh seafood. that's, that's what I miss. I hate
It's
it.
hard to get good
Dallas.
seafood anywhere now.
Unless if you live in Maine, that's probably like one of
Even
the.
then,
Yeah.
most American lobsters actually come from Nova Scotia, not Maine.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
That's
They
interesting.
import them there.
Well, I hate it in Texas. I want something nice.
Yeah,
I
but you
miss
got a
good
lot of good
seafood.
Tex-Mex out there.
Oh, I love that. But I want good seafood. That's what I
No,
get.
good luck, man. You gotta be around where it's caught.
I know, and it
Like
sucks.
Savannah down there, great shrimp. Florida stone crabs, Maine lobsters. You know, you got to halibut, Alaska. You got to like be like there. You know,
Did you
soft
ever
shell
go?
crabs, Baltimore.
Did you ever go to a place? This is in Orlando, because my family went there a bunch.
Dixie Crossroads.
I've been there. Yes, that's one. But have you ever
That's a good
also?
one.
Yeah, they are
You know,
very
she's
good.
a real nature nut.
Have you ever been to Boston's? And
No,
they do mostly like stuff from the Northeast and freeze it and bring it down.
no.
They're a good spot. It's in Winter Park, I think technically,
Did
not
you ever go to
Orlando.
that catfish place in St. Cloud?
What's the name?
Yeah, it's southeast of Orlando,
Prob
southeast of Kissimmee.
Probably,
That's
but
good.
I don't know.
If you guys like, I went to the key lime pie place in Key West.
Yeah, I think key
When I
lime
went
pie
to,
is good.
I went to the place where it originated from. I like key lime pie. It's not bad. They have a whole pie shop there with like the original like.
You know,
Key,
that's gotten crazy expensive too.
oh
They say
yeah.
the millionaires are getting bought out by the billionaires.
Well, like when I went, I said toured. Well, yeah, toured, whatever. When I went to the Florida Keys, that's what the tour guide on the when we were jet skiing and stuff and looking at all the houses and everything, he told us, he goes, now if you own like a $2 million home here, you're considered poor.
Yeah, it's kind of true.
He was like, that's poor here. I'm like, okay. Well, I
I
guess.
think that's cool to visit there once in a while, but I could take about 2 days there.
Well, that's what a lot of people say that because they say the lack of beaches,
Right?
the lack of
It's because it's all
just
coral.
yeah, and like the land, like what's there, there's not a ton to do out there because
No,
there's not much land. It's
get butt
literally a
fucked and
strip.
drunk.
Yeah, it's just like a strip. Like you could see the ocean and then the Gulf, like you could probably, there's not much to land to put anything
No,
really.
you know it's majorly gay. You know that, don't you?
I wasn't aware. I
Oh,
didn't
big
go.
time. Yeah.
Hmm.
You didn't go any drag shows when you were down there?
When I was down there, well, we didn't spend a lot of time down there,
Yeah.
um, because we didn't have a lot of like at the time.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was
It's
it
like
was what it
major
was
gay.
it was one of those things. It was one of those things. We were in Florida, and we both looked at each other. I'm like, you know what? I've never been to the Keys. And then he was just kind of like, well, you want to go? I mean, it's going to be like a 8 hour, we can, check it out. And the sunset though there is like, you're not going to see a sunset like that because it's at the equator.
Oh, really?
And
Whale watching.
it was amazing. Like we went down there,
Mallory Pier.
yeah, you have like people down there trying to like sell stuff and like your little like gypsy people and everything else down there. And
It's a great place to visit. Have you been down there, Mark?
No, not down to the Keys.
You got to get down there.
and there's roosters everywhere.
Yeah, Bruce has Hemingway's around Hemingway's old house.
Yep, I was like playing with the rooster. Like here I am. We're in freaking Key West, and I'm fixated on like the rooster and like trying to get on.
Further south I made it was Alligator Alley.
Yeah, that's cuts between Fort Myers and West Palm Beach.
Yeah, we took the shortcut, and that's.
You should try and get down there. Yeah, and they do have good street vendors there. Like you can get a
Yeah, that's what I was supposed to say. Yeah.
good shrimp roll, or you should try and make it down there sometime. It's really a fun place to go.
Okay.
But yeah, you're kind of like, other than drinking and drag shows at night, it's about it.
It was like I said, I think it was what, 2 days. I think it was 2 nights, like 3 days we spent, and they had like there was like an animal thing that you could take. There were families down there too. Um, I mean, it was definitely something to see, and then you see like the islands um off of the land, and they told you like those are private islands, people own them, and you see like they have their own electrical wiring going to the islands and everything else. But
There's nothing to do there though after a couple days.
well, right, well, we didn't stay there. That, like I said,
Yeah.
it was just kind of like, do you want to go? And it was just kind of funny because when we were going over what's it called, what's the long strip of bridge called, what do they call that? I forgot. Well,
Where?
anyway, what is that?
What are you talking about?
What's the long mile bridge that to take you to the Keys? What do they call that? There's a name.
Is there one?
There is. Um.
I didn't know
Anyways,
any of them were that long.
it's like 10 miles. You're on a bridge.
No, you're not.
Yeah, you are. Look it up.
10 miles.
There ain't no
It's
10-mile
miles.
bridge in Key West.
It's miles.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
It's not. It's different bridges.
Hold on.
You're thinking of Tampa,
N-
Clearwater.
No, to run all the way down, that sounds like the bridge. Sorry, even I'm.
It's flat to the land. It's not like a high up bridge, but you're on a bridge.
No, but you're constantly in between land under you.
No, you're not.
7-mile bridge?
7 mile bridge. This is 7 miles. I think
It's
that's
not
what-
7 miles long though.
No, it's called the 7-mile bridge. It's a bridge in the Florida Keys in Monroe County, Florida. It connects Keys Night, or sorry, not Keys Night, Keys Key, in the middle of Keys to Little Duck Key in the lower Keys. It is an absolute bridge that goes down there.
Yeah, it's a long bridge. It's
Yes,
long. We were on it
it's
for a
it's
while.
7 miles.
Yeah, it's not like a little bridge. You're on it for.
Yeah, but you don't like know that, like, that's maybe what they call it, but you get on it and like all of a sudden you're just driving. You're not thinking this is a long bridge. This
No,
is
because
like
it's
going
so-
across that one to
No,
Clearwater or
No,
something.
it's not like the one in Jacksonville or anything where you're going up a freaking. It's not the Jacksonville.
No, but that's
bridge
what
where
they
it's like-
called it. But it's not like the Mackinac Bridge, Golden Gate, none of that shit.
No, it's not like the big glamorous bridge, but you're on. It's like almost. You're. I think.
No, it's a
you're-
paved road going over areas
It's
of open water.
It's a bridge and it's
Okay.
long and it's concerning.
No, but you're
It's-
not going to get in a fucking canoe and paddle
No.
7 miles until you hit the other side.
Fuck no. But I think what she's even saying is, if you ever been when a hurricane like ripped up everything, it's
Yeah.
kind of like that. You kind of can look down and see, oh shit, It's this little bit of a bridge.
Yeah, like
Let's
it's
pray it
water.
works.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like I don't want to be on it if I don't want to fall off of it.
exactly. It's exactly what it
You're
is.
not going to fall far because I think it was literally only like I would
Yeah,
say
right. It's
probably
like
like 10
5 feet
feet.
or something.
Yeah, it's not like you're going to get injured if you fall off of it
Yeah, you're
probably.
not gonna.
Part of the
But
reason it takes so long to there is because of those key deer, those miniature deer, and the speed limits are low.
yeah,
You know, if you've ever been to the top of the CN Tower in Toronto, uh, there's a point where you go to it's called the Space Needle. It's the very highest observation deck that you can get to. And when you're up there, there's this indicator, like it shows you how far off of zero you're blowing by the wind, and it's discerning to see how much the wind is blowing you around up there.
It's like that at Sears Tower too.
Is it?
Yeah.
so
Oh,
is
okay.
Mark, is that the one where it has like a really long point at the top of the tower?
Yes.
Like it's like really right. So I visited Toronto and I chickened out going up there because I was like,
Oh,
I took a bunch of pictures with it, but yeah, I was like, they have a lot of good architect in Toronto.
yeah. It's
It's a
really,
beautiful
It's
city.
cool.
it
I
is
know
really
that
nice city.
city's like cool.
Yeah.
They ruined Young Street.
Yeah, well, at one point, Young Street was very sleazy. It was all body houses and,
Like I said, they ruined it.
oh, okay. Yeah, it was a lot of pool halls, body houses, art, tattoo joints, uh, um, and then they cleaned it all up, and now it's mostly shops and all clean stuff.
You got to be rich to live there.
In Toronto,
Yeah.
yeah, it's
Yeah, you
expensive.
do have to have money. Yeah, my cousin lives there. She's pretty well off.
Yeah, it's very expensive between the rent and the price of homes and the taxes, property taxes.
Where the hell? I mean, what are the major employers up there?
Well, I would guess around it would be like the steel companies, Stelco.
Oh, really? They have steel up there.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's what all Hamilton and Toronto, the Golden Horseshoe is about steel. Um,
Still,
yeah, oh yeah,
I know they were bitching in Michigan on that new Gordie Howe Bridge they're building that too much of the steel was coming from Canada.
oh yeah, yeah. That would be a complaint.
I wonder how you guys were able to stay competitive in that, and the United States wasn't.
Maybe, oh, I don't know. They'd have to have been even. I can't see you guys cutting us a better deal than yourselves on that bridge. But I could see you guys making a deal because we use it a
Yeah.
lot
Huh.
doing
Where
shipping and snowbird and visiting and business.
where
Is
do you
that
live?
Molson beer still a big seller?
Yes, it's one of the number one breweries in Canada.
I was
Huh.
going to say,
Canada wide.
where do you live in comparison to us in the U.S.? I
I'm
know you're
in
in Canada, but
I'm in Toronto by Niagara, north of Niagara Falls.
oh, okay.
You're by me then, Mark.
Ye-
You're probably like
By
less
New
than
York?
2 hours.
Yeah, I'm 3 hours from Rochester.
Okay, yeah, you're not that far at
3 hour
all.
drive. Yeah.
My aunt's close by you then.
Huh.
She's in um, Canada.
Moosehead beer too, Mark?
Yeah, that's East Coast Canada. That's New Brunswick, I think.
Huh.
Good beer.
How about Labatt's?
Labatt's isn't one of the big ones.
Okay.
Labatt's is as big as Molson's, I believe.
Oh, so GM still has plants in Toronto?
In Canada,
Yeah,
you mean? Yes.
Toronto Impala said.
Not too much. I don't think GM has a plant in Toronto, but in the surrounding area, they have plants and supporting businesses.
Oh, okay.
Mississauga, or however you pronounce that. I can't.
Mississauga.
They named a rattler after that.
That's where my aunt lives there. I can't pronounce it. I'm so sorry if I
Yeah,
mispronounced.
I lived there for 26 for 30 years. I lived
Have
there
you ever
since
seen a Mississauga rattler?
I'm not sure. I don't know my rattlers. I've seen a rattlesnake before in the wild, but I've never. I don't know my rattlesnakes by name, so it might have been. That's that really pretty one, right? With the all
Yeah, they're real thick and short.
and they have the like markings, like
Yeah.
veins on them. Almost not veins, ribs sort of markings.
I don't remember that. I never saw one either, but I know I thought that's how they're in Michigan, and I thought that's like how that place got its name.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have them up here. I know we have quite a rattlesnake population in Ontario.
We just spray stuff here randomly, so I have no fucking clue what it looks like other than to get the fuck away.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
Up here,
Toronto's big film. It is like that, isn't it, Mark? A lot of movies made there.
yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, in this little and surrounding area, I met Steve Martin in
Oh,
a campsite just a little north of Toronto, northwest. He was filming that movie where he had 12 kids or something.
They say he's gay.
Really?
Yeah.
I believe most of them are, but whatever.
He's a hell of a banjo player, you know.
He is. He is. He's a really good banjo player.
I wouldn't walk across the street to listen to a banjo.
I don't mind banjo. It's in addition to some music. Like you can have a guitar, like electric guitar, acoustic guitar, and a banjo all playing together the same song and make a really good sound, believe it or not.
Why don't you play some of your banjo albums then?
Yeah,
I just like it on Hee Haw.
yeah. Or did you see the movie The Deliverance?
Yeah.
The banjo scene?
Yeah. You know, that guy worked at Walmart in real
Really?
life. Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense.
In the music department or in the greeting department?
Yeah, that's a good question. He's probably still there.
Could be. He greets him with his banjo at the door.
Yeah, no, they just some director ran into him in Walmart and just cast him for the part.
Wow.
Yeah. I think he's pretty well typecast, though.
He's got a distinctive look about him that I don't
Yeah.
think that many other people could play his role,
Huh.
or vice versa.
Oh, Sloss Furnace. Yeah, I was just over there, Birmingham. I didn't know they filmed the movie. Morgan Freeman, he has a place down not that far from Tunica, Mississippi. He's from there, I think, one of those river towns, Mississippi Delta. Huh. That's interesting. I love Canada, though. I always would have liked to end up living there somehow.
Somebody told me that now we have, you're right, we do have a fair amount of filming in the surrounding area. In fact, they are filming 6 months here in the small town, in the small city I live in now. A TV show that was on Netflix with the guy that played Aquaman.
Oh,
He's doing
okay.
a series now. Anyways, somebody told me at one point that there was an original deal with Hollywood that since we view And, you know, a lot of revenue comes from Canada to the major films and TV shows that certain amount of filming, it would only be fair that a certain amount of the filming would be done up here with our extras and our film crews. So
wow.
that's what they do as a practice, as a rule of thumb.
Alex Trebek was from Canada.
That's right, he was. Yeah.
Huh. I was watching some old Gordon Lightfoot videos today on YouTube.
Oh yeah, old Gordy or new Gordy when he was old?
72.
Yeah,
1972.
yeah.
Was he like? Did you like think a lot of him when you were young?
Well, he was young when I was young, and yeah, I liked his music.
Did you ever see him in concert?
No,
Okay.
no, I didn't see Gordon Lightfoot. I would have though. I would have gone to see him.
I mean, he got rich doing that, didn't he?
I don't know how rich he got. I don't know how rich any Canadian really got in the music industry.
Loverboy got rich.
How rich? So are they in the hundreds of millions, or
No, but
they're under 100, right? Same
Yeah.
with Rush. You would think Rush would be in the hundreds of millions, but
I didn't know they were Canadian.
Rush,
Yeah.
oh, they're really Canadian. They're from Toronto.
How about Bare Naked Ladies?
Yeah, they're from Ontario somewhere.
Anne Murray.
Yeah, I think she's East Coast.
Burton Cummings.
He's from Winnipeg.
Brian Adams.
I for some reason I want to say West Coast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
Joni Mitchell.
she's from Toronto, I'm pretty sure, or Ottawa.
Huh.
Neil Young's from Toronto.
Oh, he is.
But you would think the fellas from Rush would be in the hundreds of millions with their notoriety and the amount of albums that they released. But no, they're only worth 50, both of them, both surviving members.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. 50.
You know, Loverboy had a guy, they were making crazy money, and they had a guy get swept off a sailboat in San Francisco and never found him.
I heard something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
It's kind of a drag.
Yeah, it is.
Our lead guitarist can't play tonight. He got swept off a boat yesterday.
No, it wasn't him. He's still around. I forget what he played, but yeah, I remember that though.
Yeah.
When you look up these bands like on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of that, I got two good books today. I got that book on all the songs of Led Zeppelin. They talk about their origin, how they made it. $12.50 hardcover.
Oh, really? For
Yeah,
$12.50?
and I got all
I need
Elton
that
John and
book.
Bernie Taupin's lyrics in one book.
Oh,
$8.50.
wow. $8.50?
Yeah,
I need that book.
that's a good deal.
Where do
I was saying
you
earlier, when you read the songs, though, and I know them from like hearing them on the radio,
Yeah.
they don't even make sense sometimes.
Sometimes no. Like you take Madman Across the Water,
Yeah,
doesn't make sense.
crazy how they
Take Me
put
to the
music to
Pilot
that.
doesn't make sense. And it doesn't make sense to Elton either. It
Really?
might make a glimmer of sense to Bernie Taupin because he wrote it. But even when they ask him, take a song like Take Me to the Pilot, he doesn't even know himself what he wrote there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's
I'd
interesting.
be interested in hearing the background behind all these songs. I
Well,
find
you know, here's
Yeah.
the thing, though. Here's the thing.
Sure.
It's a big, thick book, like maybe 3 inches thick. And if you look at it, it's all over for $50, $100. That's why I got it. And it's rated a 4 or 5, okay, on reviews, pretty much. But one guy said it's a bunch of bullshit that guy that wrote that book never contacted or had any interaction with the people from Led Zeppelin, which makes you kind of wonder. But I'm sure there's enough shit out there over the years on how these songs were inspired. And I
Yeah.
doubt it would have that good of a rating. It was a comic book.
Like
Yeah,
who?
I would say some of it would be very interesting, just knowing a little bit of the background. Yeah, it could all be BS, but I guarantee you there's some truth behind it. So it'd be worthwhile knowing, like
I'll tell
reading
you one
everything
thing, though,
else.
going into and not knowing shit, I sure as hell feel a lot better about the credibility of the Bernie Top and Elton John, though, as far as being the real deal. They
Right.
had input on that book.
Okay, good. Yeah. You know, the Led Zeppelin thing, you know, the four symbols? You ever seen the four symbols? Underneath the Zoso, if you look, there's four symbols. And what happened there was Jimmy Page asked each member to pick a symbol and have it as their symbol
Really?
to represent them. Yeah, and that's what those four symbols mean. Each member of Led Zeppelin.
Is that a whole thing due to the occult or whatever? Because he's heavily involved in that.
Oh, he
Yeah,
is?
no, I don't think so. I think they didn't mention anything like that where I read this. I did read though that Jimmy P or Robert Plant lost a son in 1977, and there's a reference in one of his songs to "He's like a feather in the wind," is a reference to his lost son. Um, and there's a symbol of a feather with a circle around it, and that's a reference to his lost son.
Huh. You know, I was watching a video on YouTube tonight about Eric Clapton. Man, does he talk a lot of shit about bands?
Yeah, he does. He
Is
is a
he
very
just like going off his rocker? What's it,
critical
especially Led
man.
Zeppelin?
Oh, yeah, did he? I
Yeah,
didn't.
yeah, he hates Led Zeppelin.
Huh.
Didn't
Well,
they ever talk nasty about him, considering his
Yeah, I
child
don't know.
fell
He
out
said
the window?
Madonna was like worthless.
Yeah, I've heard some bad shit about him, and I wonder if it's him not
Didn't he take somebody's wife?
yeah, he took George Harrison, his best friend's wife, for a while.
his
Huh.
kid fell out the
Window.
yeah.
That's right.
You know, I know a guy that went to his concert in Saginaw, Michigan, and he OD'd on heroin. They canceled the concert.
What year was this?
This had to have been early 70s, mid 70s.
Would
That's
have been.
actually impressive that they canceled a concert just for that.
It's or it must. If it happened, it happened in the early 70s
Yeah,
because he was off of heroin.
yeah, it
Yeah.
was early 70s.
Um, well, I saw Clapton in concert, and it would have been '86, and Phil Collins was on the drums, and Mark Knopfler was on the rhythm guitar.
You know, he's Jewish.
Mark Knopfler,
Yeah,
I believe it.
he just sold a bunch of his guitars.
Yeah, I heard. I heard that. You know that iconic guitar that Jimmy Page played was given the iconic Les Paul, the Sunburst, that he played on the Led Zeppelin 1,
Yeah.
and I think all the Led Zeppelin albums. That was given to
Right.
him, sold to him by Joe Walsh.
I can't stand him.
You know, like Joe Walsh.
No, another Jew.
Do you hate Jews?
No, I love Jews.
Sorry.
That's the irony to it. I
Tom
like
Hanks-
Mark Knopfler. He was a school teacher.
Really?
You know, so was Sting, and so was Mick Jagger for a while.
I don't like Sting.
Not at all.
No.
Roxanne.
Music wise, no.
They wrote some pretty good stuff. I hated them when they first came out. And then over the years, I started listening to some of their songs, and I thought, yeah, some of the stuff is pretty good. But
He made crazy money.
yeah, they did. They were huge back in the 80s and 90s, weren't they? They were coming out with hit after hit after hit.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't realize, but Eric Clapton seems like kind of a dick.
Yeah, I think so. You know, at one point he said some really derogatory, bigoted comments towards the uh, black people in the UK
Oh,
and
really?
and Pakistani people in the UK. They were having early '60s. They were having a huge Indian influx in
Yeah.
India. I saw it with my own eyes when I was there. That downtown London was just a lot of Indians, and
Niagara Falls is like that.
with a lot of Indians,
Fuck yeah.
I never noticed. I
You
don't go
must not
that
go there
far,
much.
but I
That's
got to.
because you're on the Canadian side.
Yeah, oh, you mean the Yank side?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that. Let's go to the vault and
Yeah. I like Indian food.
yeah, so do I. So do I.
I love everything spicy. It's good.
I
You
like
like Indian
the.
food?
Have you ever had dal puri or yeah, curry and dal puri?
Yes.
That is delicious to me. I could eat that almost every day for the rest of my life.
It's one good thing about where I live is there's a huge Indian population, so you can always have good Indian food.
Yeah,
Like,
there's an Indian restaurant walking distance to me. I can go. I haven't checked it out yet because I just got here, but I'll get there one day.
Oh, you have any Greek restaurants out there?
I do.
You do?
Yes. I love Greek food
Okay.
too.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Oh no.
Love it, love it, love it. I love anything kind of spicy and different. It's my
Garlic.
favorite. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. I go to one here. The best one I went to got too bad of a health rating, so I quit going there.
That's
Yeah.
one thing I noticed. I would look up some of the health ratings on occasion. It was always
Yeah.
the Asian restaurants that were the worst.
Oh, yeah,
Usually it
you're
was like
right. It's
the
true.
Chinese
Oh, for
restaurants
sure.
that were the worst.
Yeah,
And I
yeah,
was
it's
like,
true.
God damn it. I like
Yeah.
some Chinese food, but I would look
No, I
at it and
know.
go, no thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Did I do that?
yeah, I don't no stray animals around them. Asia, they don't have the double standard that we do. They don't have a problem with eating dogs and cats.
I would never. I'm staring at my cat right now. She would destroy you if you even
If it was
tried.
deep fried, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
No.
What?
If it was deep fried or put in some curry. Meat's meat.
I
Humans
mean,
too.
you probably wouldn't, but I don't want to know the difference. So
Yeah. Kraft makes those California Pizza Kitchen things. It's not California Pizza Kitchen making them. Frozen pizzas are made by about 6 places for all brands.
And they
The
all suck.
recipe, yeah. It's
everything.
just like if you go to an airport, you'll find a California Pizza Kitchen. That's frozen pizzas too.
Everything frozen
Yeah.
most of the time. It's all the same.
Yeah.
True.
Yep.
It sucks. And I do have a frozen pizza in my
What
freezer
kind?
right now.
Which kind?
God damn it. It's not the one you said, but it starts with an F, whatever it is. I don't know.
Oh, so you don't get like Jack's?
No.
Okay, you get the better ones.
Yeah, I don't recall what it is, but it's a different one.
I only had one frozen pizza that I liked in my whole existence, and it was a deep dish pizza made by President's Choice, and it was filled with stuff. It was really good. It was a thick pie.
Yeah, I don't like deep dish.
It was good because it had a lot of stuff compared to regular crust pizza, where it's frozen. They hardly put anything on it. It's just
Yeah, but you got a lot of those Italians there. You should be able to get good pizza everywhere.
oh,
It was good.
fresh pizza. I can get great fresh pizza. I'm talking frozen pizza pie.
But
Why
you had a
fucking-
deep dish frozen pizza that was frozen that was good?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was good.
That's surprising.
Why are you eating those
Right.
though? When you got all those good Italian pizza places.
Sometimes it's convenient to have in your freezer.
Yeah. Look at Penny. She's eating this screaming Sicilian pizza.
Yeah, I usually do thinner ones, but
Yeah, I like thin too.
yeah,
You know,
talking
thin
about
crust has
what
more
he's
calories.
saying,
Thin crust has
whatever.
more calories. Did you know that?
I don't even care. What I care more about is listening to what he said. That's like thicker ones. That one, I wouldn't normally.
Only place I think I've
I
ever had a
wouldn't
good
either.
pizza
I
is
don't really like thick
Chicago.
crust pizza, but this was good. It was a pie that was filled with stuff. It was great.
Wow. Hey, does Kathy cook?
Yes,
Like what kind of stuff?
everything.
You ever get any of that
I
like
taught her
Guyana?
everything I know.
How about Guyana type food?
Yep.
And what
All
would
the
that
time.
be?
Indian food.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's heavily Middle East, Indian influenced, and it's a lot of seafoods in that manner.
Is she a good cook?
Uh, at times, sometimes she really fucks up big time. Uh, but
Do you have like good sauces that are great that she uses? Or can you recommend any?
Yeah.
I love me a good sauce.
Yeah,
well,
there's huge books on just sauces. They're worth it.
well, we have this 4-gallon pot, and we make it with spaghetti sauce once every 2 months or once every month. It depends how fast we use it. Then we tub it off and freeze it, and we'll take some of it and make into lasagnas if we're feeling uh, uh, energetic. But most of the time, we'll top it off and we'll just have frozen spaghetti sauce at our leisure when we want to eat it in our freezer.
Oh damn, I'm jealous. I don't live close to you.
Yeah, I don't
you
like I
could
don't
do
like
that.
fucking around with shit that much. It's
you
not that
can do
good.
that.
Go through all that bullshit.
It's Kathy does it now. I used to do it. She does it now, and I don't really do much of the cooking anymore. I used to do all of it years and years ago.
See, I love the seasoning and the like extra sauces and stuff. That's
Yeah,
why
me
I
too.
always want
Asian.
to
You
know.
go to like a top-notch Chinese, like 4 or 5 star restaurant, like good culinary artists. It's so damn good what they do with sauces.
Yeah,
Indians are good at too. Spices.
I'm a nut and have a million different fucking spices and sauces.
Yeah, I'm that
So
way too.
I'm
I
like,
like
I would love more.
I like dipping my stuff in sauces.
Yes, same.
Like chicken wings, I want the sauce on the side. I don't like them when they're all like mushy.
Same.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, damn chicken wings. That in the 70s that was scrap. You couldn't give them away.
Yeah, that's right.
Now it's shit there a lot.
They're expensive as
I know,
shit now.
expensive, fatty, terrible for you.
The same thing
I
happened.
hate them. I don't want anything I have to pick away like fucking
No, yeah, I know you fuck around.
bones.
No, same here.
Fuck
Yep.
Same
that.
thing happened to the potato skin. All of a sudden, people were putting aside
That's where the nutrition's
the
at.
center. That's true. That is true. But there's not much of it on a potato. Most of it is the flesh, and but
I don't think I ever had authentic ramen noodles.
I have.
I have to.
Are they good?
Yes. Depends on where you are. Where are you? You're still in what? Georgia right now?
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, where I am, there's a bunch of different places you could go. They're great.
Marty's wife was telling me one day that those ramen noodles you get, like in those ones you put water to and you put the spices and microwave them, that they're not good for it. Or some like waxy coating
Oh,
on.
they're not good for you. They're bad. She's correct. They are not good for you.
What part of them is not good for you?
I think it's the heavy amount of sodium and all of that. It's just it's not healthy. Whatever the fuck it is, but the sodium especially is not bad. Or it's not good for you. Sorry.
Yeah, but if you don't have like high blood pressure, who cares?
Well, sure. But
You might be getting it soon, though.
yeah. Not trying to have
Well,
you.
chicken wings do, yeah. I mean, that's like an oxymoron, good chicken wings.
I don't like chicken wings. Like I
No,
said,
me either.
I just want
Neither.
something like a chicken nugget.
What's even worse is like you get an order of them once in a while, and like half of them are like little drumsticks, which are terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, it's crazy what chicken wings are. What they get for them now. They're like $2.50 a piece now. Places.
Wow. That's a
Fucking
lot.
insane. Yeah.
They're insanely expensive, and it's so fucking dumb.
It is dumb.
It's mostly bone.
Yeah, fried. That's how I get them. I like mine well done too. I don't want any like fatty and soft fat on a damn chicken wing.
Yeah, something that jiggles. I can't
Ugh,
see.
it's so gross. I like get my pizzas well done too, like a little like extra brown on the top.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
As long as it's just the bottom part.
Yeah,
Not the
drumsticks.
rest.
Yeah, they're terrible. Even the damn vultures don't like them that much. It's just like, there's more flavor in the dark meat than white. McDonald's found that out like after 3 years. They're always spending like, crazy money at taste tests before they market something. And they eventually ended up mixing dark wheat with the white for flavor. That's where the flavor is at in the dark meat, not the white.
In their
McDonald's-
chicken,
I like thighs the best.
I was gonna say
Chicken thighs.
McDonald's chicken nuggets or chicken thighs, whatever.
Terrible.
They're all of it. It doesn't matter. It sucks.
Yeah, it sucks. Back in the day, you knew McDonald's wasn't good for you, but it was so good, you ate it. It was just like, this is great, man. It sucks now. Every
Yeah,
fucking single thing they have is terrible.
I'm a weirdo, and I like the occasional quarter pounder.
Yeah,
It's just because it has that weird taste. I don't
Yeah.
understand it. It's like the strange taste. I just wanted the occasional quarter pounder, maybe twice a year, and then I'm done.
I'll tell you the weird thing. My sister owns a McDonald's, right? So I found out a lot of shit about them. And when they did blind taste tests, the frozen meat got better ratings than the fresh.
Wow.
That doesn't
Because
surprise me.
when the quarter pounder originally came out, they went with fresh meat, which was, a pain in the ass because towards the non-busy times, you cooked to order, then everybody bitched it took so long.
right?
You should have like a good ass hamburger. Back in the day, people would advertise it, never frozen. Now, the way they've got freezing down, you can go to like great places and everything's frozen, but you'd never know it because it was done right. Like flash frozen good fish from Alaska, as an example.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Still good.
Yeah.
I don't mind. You know what? I hate McDonald's food, but I don't mind if I'm going to eat something. It will be the quarter pounder with cheese with an insane amount of pickles on it.
Yeah, that's the only place I'll get a hamburger with everything on it.
Yeah, McDonald's.
Yeah.
It's like what I said: quarter pounder with cheese, usually pickles and mustard.
Yeah, but
That's how I
I thought their best sandwich was the double cheeseburger because it was like a steamed bun. You pull the top bun off and the cheese would be all stuck to the bun and the meat.
Yeah.
Never got it.
Now it's like just a square, like barely melted cheese
Yeah.
on this thing that looks like a hamburger that was cooked a week ago.
It's like they rely on the heat of the burger.
Yeah,
to
it sucks.
cheese.
Remember when they had the QLT? That was a
QLT.
good ass hamburger. Remember when McDonald's came out with ribs?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's pure garbage too.
Oh, what about the McRib? That was
Yeah,
terrible.
McRib, fucking terrible.
That
Yeah,
thing
they
was
took pieces of
nastiest
rib
shit ever.
and they
Oh,
molded
God.
it into the shape of a rib.
No, oh yeah, they had to feed that to cats.
That's
The
almost as bad as my spam
No,
drums.
it's right up there with spam.
the fucking McRib was awful. The last time I
Awful.
had it, I thought,
Absolutely
oh,
right.
I haven't seen it in a
No.
while. Let me try it, and I
Yeah.
about barfed it up.
No, you could be starving and take one bite and throw it in the trash.
Ugh, it was
No,
gross.
terrible. No, but all their food sucks.
Now,
I'm
yeah.
I'm still okay with the shitty quarter pounder once or twice a year. That's it.
Yeah,
It's not
I
good.
do that with Sugar Crisp. I eat like 2 boxes a year.
Yeah, it's something you only do once or twice. You don't do
Yeah,
it
man, like
otherwise.
it's got to be. You got to eat it like right away. If
Yep.
they get one bit soggy, they're not worth a fuck. You know where it cuts like the roof of your mouth.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just something you just do
Nice.
it that one
Oh
time.
yeah,
You're like, I
yeah,
really
yeah.
want this right now.
Oh,
Other
these are
than that,
so fucking good, man. It's like once a year I see a Krispy Kreme. I pull in that motherfucker, get a large coffee, and eat a whole fucking dozen.
Wow.
Yeah, just a sugar high fucking dream for.
they've been making random Krispy Kremes around here where I live right
Yeah,
now.
they're
And
not worth a
I don't
fuck
know.
either. They're not
Yeah,
worth a
they're not
fuck
good.
either if they're not hot.
No, I've seen them. They've come out with them, and I'm like,
Yeah,
I don't think I
yeah,
want
they sell
those.
them to a lot of places like gas stations and shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've
this.
seen
They're
them in
not.
our
They're
gas
not
station.
hot. They're just like a shitty old glazed donut.
Yeah, I
I
was at the grocery store, and I was like,
No,
no thanks.
terrible.
I will take that into heart when I go to try my first Krispy Kreme.
No, if that fucking light isn't on, they got a light that's going on when they're coming out of the thing.
Oh yeah.
If that motherfucker isn't on, keep on driving.
All right.
And you know, Tim Hortons, that's all froze shit.
Oh, good.
The
Do
jelly
they
pumped in once it gets there. Did you know that, Mark?
No, I didn't. Even
Yeah,
up
their
here.
pastries are fucking garbage.
do they have a thing called Hertz Donuts where you live? Those
No.
would probably be pretty good.
They got a place on Hilton Head. There's a name for it. If you told me to, I'd recognize it, but I can't think of it now. Duck Donuts or something.
Never heard of that.
Yeah. Well, it's fucking good as hell, man. You go there and they make you pick out like a custom donut. And you go there any day of the week and there's a fucking line before they open. And
Yeah,
you
that's
go there and like say you like something you like German chocolate cake. You think, oh, I don't want that as a donut. Yeah, there you will. That fucker is so damn good. And they're warm. And
Uh,
they're so good. It's called
Yeah.
Duck Donut.
I'll
we
tell
have
you.
we have one too. Hertz Donuts. They're
I'll
so
tell
Well, you know, I've never seen so many donut shops in my life than in Texas.
that's where I live. That's where one of them I just told you about.
No, you can go in every small town and there'll be like 3 donut shops that are open at 4 in the morning all damn week long. It's
Go to
weird.
Go to Hertz Donuts.
And they've been around for like 4,000 years.
Yeah, they've been around for a long
Yeah,
time.
nobody
You'll
can,
find
nobody can compete with them.
I'll tell you a good donut. The best donut I probably had. My mother used to make her own, and she used to use. She'd make the powdered donuts with the jelly filling, and she used to use her own preserves for the jelly filling, and they were amazing.
Hey, so I'm glad you brought that up because what's your take on this? So, you know, there's this place, this guy, I run into him at the gas station here. He opened a bakery, and I'm not really into sweets that much. I like Cinnabon. I'll get one of those once in a while, but I'm not a big pie donut eater. That really, except like the Krispy Kreme once a year. So
Right.
anyway, an apple pie in there is like $22. Well, I go to the doctor's office. They get me in when I should, and I buy them a few pies. I go, people I know, like an old guy. I know an old guy that owns a little grocery store, just had a stroke. I buy him pies. I buy them for other people, right? And I want to kind of support local business.
Yeah.
But they're $22. I don't give a fuck. But when I go into like other places like Walmart or different places, you can get fucking apple pies all day long for $5. Well,
Yeah.
here's the $50,000 question. What is the real difference between a $22 apple pie and a $5 apple pie?
Huge.
Oh, it
Yeah.
is.
Oh yeah. Not only is the amount of filling different, but you'll see the cut at the bottom of a $5 pie will have more of an angle, so there'll be less pie in there. Whereas a $22 pie will be cut more deeper, and it'll have more filling.
So now back to the filling. So what's the difference in the filling on a $5 pie and a $22 pie?
Maybe they use a quicker cleaning method on the apple, but I've noticed, that thin sliver of membrane sometimes you get around the seed of an apple.
Yeah.
And that gets sometimes caught in the in an apple sauce.
Yeah.
Well, then you get more of that, it seems, in a cheaper pie.
And what about the apple itself?
The quality of the
Yeah.
apple,
Yeah.
I got no comment for that.
You know anything about that, Skyball?
I know one. I do know. Sorry, Skyball. I do know one thing though. We used to go to this place on Highway 25 called Chudley's Apple Farm, and they had apple orchards. They had. It was one of those amusement park apple orchard farms, so it had rides and shit. And they had the most amazing apple pies, Chudley's.
Huh.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't know, but that's good.
So if I blindfolded you, you could pick out the $5 piece of pie from the $20.
Easily.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, they look better, but they don't look like 4 times as much better.
Yeah. 22 is a little steep for a pie.
No, I thought that too. But when I mentioned this to other people, they told me like in trendy areas, you'll pay 38 to 42 for a pie all day long.
Wow.
I know in
That's-
Traverse City up near where Mary lives, fucking
Well-
pie is $40.
I was gonna say look doesn't matter. It's taste.
No,
That's
look
right.
matters. Look matters.
I mean, to some degree, but not that much.
No, but eye appeal.
Huh?
I mean, if you're looking at like, that's why they dye cheddar cheese because yellow sells better than plain white.
Gray, actually.
If someone can actually sell a whatever they're trying to sell, I'll absolutely spend a little.
And when here's another thing I wonder about too. When people say a homemade pie, well, it's fucking January.
Yeah, it's rough at this time of the year.
You know what I mean? What do you mean fucking homemade pie? You're getting out of the same can everywhere else is, aren't you? In January?
I'd absolutely try
I mean, I
to.
don't think there's any industry standard of just what in the hell homemade really is there?
Well, they take homemade, they label it, but it's still factory made or.
There you go. Now we're getting somewhere. That's
Yeah.
right.
I'd try to spend a little bit of money and
On what?
the whether it's the shitty version or not the shitty
So do you
version.
get
And
suckered into the homemade shit?
maybe it depends on how expensive it is. How much are we talking about?
Well, in the case of a pie, 4 times.
Yeah.
Are we talking about $10 or $20?
$22.
Yeah,
Deprived.
It jumps from $5 to $22 a pie.
well, I'll be cheap. I'm gonna stick with the $5 or $10.
Don't forget to get the
Hey,
ice.
when you guys like, I'll get a pie like maybe once every 3 years, like a Marie Callender's. I think they're the best fucking pies out there. I don't give a fuck where you go. They're good. But do you ever like buy a pie and you just like whittle away at that motherfucker and you ate the whole thing in one day?
I knew you were going to go there. Yeah, I just slowly have a spoon barked.
Yeah, spoon
Right.
here, there. You see it. You go wash your dishes. You take a couple bites. Later on, you grab it, and then like by the end, like a 12-hour period,
It's
you're
gone.
lucky to have a slice left.
Yeah.
See,
But
I try not to do that. So
Do you really?
yes,
That's how you get
I'll
it.
tell you another thing. I don't even eat that much ice cream, but when I do,
neither do
like
I.
a Ben and Jerry's, do you eat the whole thing?
No.
You're kidding.
Yes.
I don't know
I'm
how
not
the hell
kidding.
first of all, it's little to begin with.
Yeah, that's why I don't like that. It's just I don't like it.
Mark, you eat Ben and Jerry's?
I can eat the whole Ben and
Oh,
Jerry's.
no fucking problem.
I mean, I can, but I don't want to.
But you
That's-
don't want to. That's the thing.
Yeah, but it's so damn good, and like, I justify it a lot of ways. Once I get halfway, it's like, fuck it. I'm not
Well,
going
if
to
I'm-
put this little bullshit amount of.
if
At
I'm already
least when I get it full, I can like pretend I'm only going to eat half.
if I'm already paying for it, then fine. I'll just pay for it. So be it.
Yeah, I mean,
Ever eaten the whole thing, Skyball?
Yes.
I mean, it's one of those things that if you do it every once in a while, who you hurting? It's not even
Yeah,
yourself.
exactly.
And it's
Whatever.
good ice cream. We have a brand of ice cream up here called Briars.
Yeah, that's here too. We have it too.
And if you let the stuff melt, it doesn't melt. It doesn't melt. It's like plastic.
That's
Like,
weird.
Try it.
like bitch, I'm 5'9". I have never been I'm 5'9". I've never been 200 pounds in my life. So
Well, hang in there. You will be.
thanks. I'll keep eating my ice cream to get to
Yeah.
160 pounds.
On your $5 pies.
Hey, let me ask you this: you ever brush your teeth and then eat something later?
Yes,
the
and then I
time.
brushed my teeth afterwards.
Again,
Oh, you do.
I do.
I do too. You brush them after you brush them, then you eat something, you brush them again.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't.
I do.
Well,
You brush them
you
after
can
you ate, Mark, again.
Yeah.
you can always get fake teeth afterwards. Just get those
Yeah, but
fake
here's
teeth.
the deal. Here's
Good
the
talk.
thing. Like, it's when you brush them, you're still covering yourself for that whole day of eating.
Yeah,
So
I
I
think
brush them,
so.
Yeah,
they're
but
clean,
you
and I got
also
a little pie on them till I wake up.
you also brush and rinse out your teeth as well as using the what do you call it
I
Floss.
water pick.
the floss, the fancy little floss
You
thing.
don't
Do
need
all that.
floss eating pies.
I mean, you should.
No, you're not getting pie stuck in your damn teeth.
I
It's
s-
meat and stuff.
I still do, but all
Pie?
right.
You get pie stuck in your teeth?
You clean it out. You make everything nice and clean. That's what I do.
No, but it's like chew better.
That's sorry. It's so funny.
No, I mean I know like ribs, shit like that. Ribs
You
especially.
can still get weird shit stuck in your teeth. That's why I
No, but if
always
you
do that.
swirl around like
I always get those fancy little teeth flosser things.
I hate those fucking things.
Well,
Marty
they're great.
uses those all the time.
Oh, the things that look like a little harp.
Yeah,
Yep, that's
they're
what I
not worth
use.
a fuck. You must
I
have a big mouth then.
not really, but
Because it's hard to get back to that back rear
it
bottom
is all the
tooth.
way. I will agree. It is a pain in the ass to get all the way in the back of your teeth, but like in the front of your teeth, I always use and spit out. What I do is I play around with the front of my teeth, spit it out, and then spit around the back of my mouth, and it works. It ain't pretty, but it works.
No, I don't like fuck. It takes twice as long.
I mean, it doesn't take that long. Like,
Do you have a
okay,
water
so
pick?
I don't actually. Because I've learned it's not really worth having one of those unless you have one of those ones that picks out your mouth.
No, you can get them on Amazon.
Oh, I know about that, but I've heard about
Get
it's not.
the one the not the one with a cord.
No, I wouldn't use that because
I use it every night.
I'll get another one. I'll do it just for you.
No, but it matters a lot. I'm telling you, like around your gum line, the inside and outside.
Well, I use the regular ones that constantly spit out and use
Oh,
the
that's
water.
always going.
Yes, I constantly use and spit out.
No
Oh,
water.
see,
pick-
mine. If I fill it up, I can like just squirt it all in there, and like I'll run out of water before I got to spit it out, which is perfect. I
Yeah,
don't want to be fucking around.
but you need to constantly be going all around your gums.
Yeah, I go to the top up side, top inside on the top teeth, and then the same thing on the bottom.
You're constantly rinsing out when you're doing that.
No, I do it all at once. I keep my mouth shut. My lips open.
There's the issue.
What's the issue?
You need to constantly be rinsing out when you're doing that.
Oh, why? It's not. I already knocked it off.
They aren't perfect. From what I've read,
I know
it's not
that.
great. It really isn't
So
great.
when you're doing it, you're constantly spit out.
Yes.
Okay, how many ounces can you hold in your mouth before you have to spit?
Fuck if I know. I don't know.
Try golf balls. Put a few golf balls in.
Hey, I was reading this. Now, I think this is not true. I'd love to believe it's true. Believe me. But they say that 13% of women, I was reading about women. If you're in Key West, you'd probably be reading about men. They say 13% of women don't have a gag reflex.
13%.
Yeah.
Not me.
That seemed really high to me.
That same. Not me.
You got a real active one?
Yes.
Yeah. You're not
I don't.
married
I
yet
don't. I,
either.
I don't hate it, but just saying.
You can get over that pretty easy.
Yeah,
Eh,
you can
it's de-
desensitize them.
You got to want to.
yeah, depending on who you're with, and
Yeah, right. But you got to want to.
yeah.
Huh, really? Yeah, 13% I thought was high. No gag reflex. God
Yeah.
damn.
Kielbasa queen.
Yeah.
That seems really high. That it's just 13%.
I'd like to believe it's true.
I would think it'd be even higher than that.
I wish it was higher. Especially when I was younger. No, but I know people that can't even, like, they go to a dentist and they have a hard time working on their mouth because they had such active gag reflex. It's weird how some people would and some people wouldn't.
Yep, gotta be careful.
But it's weird how you can overcome it too.
Sometimes, maybe. I see. I don't know when it comes with that, with somebody like messing with you when you're messing like with.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right, does it?
Yeah,
Shut up, Mark.
Well, fucking to fuck around. It's one thing to play around, but
Yeah.
it's another thing to eliminate somebody's gag reflex or
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
prolapse their
Oh,
anus for
yeah.
that
Listen to the
matter.
fucking Martha
There's-
Stewart of sexuality.
Well, there's more
You'd
to
want
it.
to eliminate it if you were into getting deep throated.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't be.
See, but
Claim
this
that.
is why it's like opinions. You always got this. You got to, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. We just learned a lot about Mark's sex life. He thinks it's just terrible that you would try to get somebody to get over that. Well, yeah, we get it, Mark.
Well, to be fair, for
Yeah, to be
some
fair.
women, men, whatever,
But I
it
thought
wouldn't be that big of a
13%.
deal.
Yeah, that's pretty. No, it wouldn't be that
They'll
big
be
of a deal.
okay.
That's exactly right. That's right. And that just seemed awful high to me.
Because to overcome it, there would be a lot of cramming down through, right?
Yeah, right. For sure. Yeah.
Well,
It doesn't happen all at once.
I'll shove something down your throat. See what
Oh
you
yeah, you sound like my ex-wife. Yeah. I was always telling her, it's like, don't you see that woman? Don't you think she's pretty? And an hour later, it's like, wow, look at the bulge in his pants, man. I'd really like to see us stuff that. Who else is like that? Mary, and so is fucking Rita. Yeah, oh yeah, you know it's coming. They were very like trigger happy on that shit, man. If you say, well, the wife and husband are in porn, it's like the wife, man, she is really unbelievable. It's like, well, what about the husband? What porn's he doing? How much is that? They're really sensitive to that the women in this equation is being somehow used. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I know some people that are in porn. This is going to be really weird, and I'm not going to mention who they are, but I bet you know who they are if I could mention who they are.
Yeah, I know who it is already. It's
Who?
Sandra Otterbein or Otterbein.
No. There's a couple people I know that are involved in the industry, and
Pros or
it would be
amateurs?
very interesting. They were one of the top people in the 90s. Both.
Oh, I want to know this now. How did you meet him?
This is going to drive Tom nuts.
Yeah.
Kind of
How'd you meet him?
by accident, because I can't stand one of the women that's terrible.
And what are they doing now?
One is not, well, neither of them are back in porn now, but both of them were just look at the biggest porn names in the 90s and you might find a couple of who I'm talking about.
Now, is this a married couple?
No. One she's barely got anything together, and the other one is...
Tracy Lords.
No. Although, interestingly, they've worked with her.
Ron Jeremy.
No.
Paul Thomas.
You're in the right era though. But no,
Taika.
no,
Peter North. I don't know.
no. But you're in the right era. Y'all are all in the right era.
And
This is
how
so
are
weird.
are these people druggies?
No.
And how are they
Well-
doing? How are they doing now in life?
Well, one of them not so much. Maybe she is a druggie. One is probably a druggie. The other one not at all. She's doing well and is a wonderful person.
And does she tell you to just shut the fuck up about this?
No,
Do people know about her past?
everybody knows.
Is she
It's not
married?
weird. Which ones? Because
The
there's
one that's
two.
doing well. The one that's doing well.
She's not married.
Would you like to get married?
I don't know. Maybe.
I bet that's the worst sex in the world. Someone that got out of that and's doing well. I bet she has no libido.
I don't know. I like talking to her. She's fun, but I have no clue.
And she's doing well. What type work?
I can't. I don't want to tell you because it's going to be real easy to find her.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. Have you talked to her about porn?
Yes.
And does she regret it?
No. Not at all.
It's not. What the hell is her name? Who was Texas? Is she from Texas?
No.
Oh well, fuck! I'll never figure it out then.
Are you talking about Alexis, Texas?
No. There's 5 girls that I've had sex with in my life that I've seen on porn channels.
Really?
Yeah, I just saw one I had a double blowjob with about 14 years ago. And I just saw her and looks like she was around 19, 20 then. But it's definitely her.
Wow.
She's gotten remarried, had another kid, is living down in Ohio as a nurse.
I can tell you, but if I tell you, then it needs
No,
to
don't
be
tell me because I don't.
private.
No, I don't because if it gets out, and I don't want like to be connected to some bullshit.
I was gonna say, if I do tell you, it
No,
needs to
don't
be
tell me
private.
because this way you don't know me that well, and it's like I don't want to like be connected to something going south for this person. There's no like great net gain. I know who it is, and so what? I'm no further ahead not knowing. So fuck it.
Yeah, makes sense.
Don't
I
tell me.
won't tell you, but just think about famous people in the 90s.
I knew them all, the famous men. I was like the biggest porn addict in the world. I mean, I definitely would have been like the Jeopardy of porn champ.
Who was the most famous porn addict porn star in the 90s?
In the 90s, God, let me think about this. See, the 70s was good. The 80s was better. In the 90s, it was kind of heading south. It's not that
White girl in the 90s.
dark hair.
No. Blonde.
Weren't they all?
Ginger Lynn.
Oh, that's a good one, but no. Although I'm connected to somebody that helps with her.
Oh my God, I guess you are doing some kind of computer work. Let's see, but Ginger Lynn, she was getting a little old.
Ginger Lynn was the early 90s.
Annette Haven.
Talk about sort of late 90s, early 2000s.
See, by the 2000s, it was the good shit was dying out. Like you were getting too much amateur shit available. You didn't need to go to stars anymore.
Who was the biggest star then?
Oh,
Like-
I know who you're talking about. Tito Ortiz's wife, ex-wife.
Yep, you got it.
Oh yeah, what the hell is her name?
Jenna Jameson.
Yeah, Jenna Jameson. Now, I remember listening to a Jew talk one time in a coffee shop, and he was talking about how smart she was and
She
how
isn't.
she really. But he
Yes.
said that she trademarked her name.
Everything is horseshit around her. So that's what I'll let you know right now. I know people connected around with her. It's all bullshit.
It is.
Yes.
So was that Tito Ortiz thing? I never found her attractive, by the way. I mean, I wouldn't even watch a movie with her in it. But was that Tito Ortiz thing just a sham marriage, or?
I think she loved Tito, but I also think Tito, she was a big pain in the ass and fucked Tito over.
Oh, really?
She's a horrible piece of shit.
No kidding.
She's awful.
And how have those kids turned out?
all of her kids.
Yeah.
She has 2 kids with Tito. She doesn't even know their ages. She claims they're like 13 years old when they're 15 now. She also had another kid with a guy named Lior. He doesn't even know, or not he. She doesn't even know her age. It's a fucking nightmare. Like, she doesn't know shit, and she's just the biggest nightmare of a person to follow. So that's why I said,
Now, is this the one doing bad or doing good?
uh, well, Tito's doing good,
No,
but
not of those two, but of the two that you know. You
are
said
you?
one of the women were doing great.
Oh, everybody that is connected um, to Tito, his ex, and also Lior, that's connected to his child, Battelle. They're doing well, but she doesn't. She hasn't done well.
So no money left.
No, and apparently that I don't know the whole extent of it, but what is it? Um, Lior, which is his ex. It's not an ex-wife because they were never married, but his ex, whatever. Um, he doesn't have. He's been trying to get child support and stuff from her and can't get anything. She's been. I'll just say this right now. She's like, this is the 4th time of the year that she doesn't even have like a place to live. She married a woman, then didn't get along with her, and then was hanging out with a woman in uh, Chicago, and then after that was hanging out with a woman in, I don't know, what was it, California or Nevada, and then now she's back in Nevada again. It's just a fucking nightmare.
Hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah.
Did,
Sad
did
part.
Tito ever end up with any money?
I think he has a decent amount of money because he's currently. I've talked to his ex, and or well, ex, his current wife now, whatever she is. She's great. They get along
Really?
well, and she's helping with their children. It's a fucking nightmare.
Really?
I've talked to some of these people.
'Cause I remember Dana White making a joke, shitty comment. You know, he doesn't get along with Tito Ortiz at all, and he was making a joke about Tito saying that how much money he made with a T-shirt company.
Yeah, I see. I don't know. I would have to talk. I don't know. This is beyond me.
Yeah. Yeah. See, well, that goes to show you. I always read that she had, or overheard these guys talking about how she had marketed and trademarked her name, and ended up with money as a result of that, as opposed to just being paid $15 to $2,000 a movie, and that was the end of it.
We're talking about.
Are you talking about Jenna? Or are you talking
Yeah,
about
Jenna, yeah.
interest? Can you repeat that? I'd just be
Yeah,
interested.
this guy was saying that she was one of the few porn stars who trademarked her name and image so that every time you used it, she was compensated some way. Where the others just did the movies for $2,000 and that was the end of it. There was no contractual agreement later on.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
I may. There's a couple people I could talk to about that and see if that's
Well, it
legit.
sounds like it's not true.
Yeah, I don't think it is, but there's some people that are well known and around that I'm in contact with. I could see if that's the case.
Why? Because she would have money today, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
she's broke as shit. She has nothing.
Is she a
Literally
druggie?
nothing.
Druggie?
Yes.
Well, that's why.
Oh yeah. I don't see.
They'll go through any. Look at Matthew Perry.
Yeah.
They'll go through any amount of money.
Well, even Matthew Perry stuff was weird to me because I thought like it was some random doctor that was hooking him
No,
up.
you
But
know what else is
it
weird?
wasn't.
I read like right around the time he died, they said he had a net worth of $180 million. And I was just reading a thing the other day. It said his fucking estate's like $3 million. So you don't
That's
know what the fuck to believe.
no, and that's why I was wondering when he was dying
But
is
but
if
I
it.
do know this. I do know the residuals from successful shows like Friends pay crazy fucking money forever.
Yeah.
Well, that's
That's
what
how Kelsey Grammer and all these fuckers live
He
in
would have
$30 million
continuous.
houses till the day they die.
He would have a continuous income, Matthew Perry.
Yeah, they have these residuals for these old shows, even like, you know, fucking Gilligan's Island people, Love Boat. I mean, it's nuts the money these people make long, like ER, George Clooney, Sandra Bullock, some of these bullshit movies. Yeah, it's crazy the residual monies they make. And that was kind of a best kept secret in Hollywood for years. And now kind of the cat's out of the bag because of some lawsuits.
well to
And
me
it's nuts what they get paid, like that Friends especially.
it was a little bit weird when everything got that happened right after he died, but
It's just, I find it odd that in this day and age, with fucking people dying everywhere of fentanyl, that they're putting this kind of time and effort into a guy
yeah,
who's doing this shit on his own volition.
they don't give a fuck. That's clearly it. That's one thing I was gonna say. They don't give a fuck. Like, okay, well he died, but only because he's someone slightly famous. But if it had been somebody else, who the fuck cares? Nobody
And you
would.
know, now it's so easy to nail this whole line of people involved in this shit. All you got to do is get their fucking cell phone records. You know,
Yep.
they got like fucking 10,000 texts in this whole ketamine triangle.
This is why I said I was interested about how they're doing everything and looking up everything. Is I was wondering, like, okay, what doctor is he connected to and who's he connected to? And it was just a boring old doctor, nothing special. But there's
Yeah.
places where you can literally get connected to a doctor to have was it ketamine therapy or whatever.
Yeah, there is. Yeah,
It's
they
not,
advertise it now.
yeah, it's not that big of a deal.
No, but I don't know this for sure. I'm just guessing. But I got an idea that this ketamine therapy, it's nowhere near. What was he spending? Some like fucking 10 grand a day or something on that, or some fucking.
Well, they also
crazy
said
amount.
something stupid that he was on like spending a whole bunch on methamphetamine, which is insane. So meth,
Yeah.
that's
Same
not
fire.
normal.
Yeah, but I mean, I got an idea. If you're fucking depressed or whatever, and you want to get ketamine fucking therapy, you go in there and they give you like a fucking dose for a mouse. And this motherfucker was taking handfuls of it at the stage of his addiction.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it just makes me wonder because a lot of times you could get a whole bunch of shit prescribed right away to go, oh yeah, I'll take this. My dad took ketamine therapy, but it wasn't anything like that. It was just your normal
Yeah,
shit.
no, exactly right. Yeah. But you know, who would have ever thought in a million years with the wherewithal, financial resources, and connection that they had, that Prince and Tom Petty both would have died from fake Vicodin?
Really,
Well,
yeah.
that was all fentanyl, which is
It
even
was, but I
worse.
mean, wouldn't you think with those kind of connections and money, you could get the real shit?
I'd pray.
I
Like
know.
Michael Jackson.
Yeah. Well, here's a cardiologist fucking
Yeah.
getting 200 grand a month to come up with propofol.
Propofol. Milk of
And that's not
Yeah,
really sleep.
propofol is what killed Michael Jackson. It's
Yeah, it is. It is.
terrible.
They
It's
call
terrible.
it milk
Exactly
of
right.
amnesia because it's
And you know,
milk.
that's not your eyes shut. You look at the clock, it's 8 hours later, but like it destroys your REM. You're basically unconscious. You're not really technically sleeping. I mean, that poor fucker led a miserable life at the end.
Yeah.
You're dependent on this fucking crooked cocksucker doctor.
Everybody
Elvis
calls
Presley, too, with that Greek physician he had.
Except he had like literally everything. God damn, what he had was
Yeah.
insane.
I know.
Michael Jackson had everybody pointing the finger at him for child molestation in the end.
And he had that psycho dad.
Yep.
Yeah, that crazy fucker.
I don't. When I always look about Michael Jackson, I don't. I realize there's some questionable shit going on, but I don't.
He wasn't a pervert, though.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
No way. They tried to fucking railroad him on all that bullshit. There
Yep.
wasn't. If you look at the testimony and the transcripts, one kid saw his nuts one time when he did a somersault. There wasn't any dick sucking, blow jobs, butt fucking nothing.
I've never thought he
It was
was.
all sleeping. I mean, weird, yeah. Sleeping on a heart-shaped bed. You got kids
Yep.
over showing cartoons all fucking night. Weird. But that doesn't make you a pervert.
Yep. I feel the same way.
Yeah, and I'm glad he was acquitted. You know where he got lucky? You know where that? This is in any criminal fucking case. You know where he got luckiest? The fucking jurors he got. That's where he got lucky. You can get a bad jury. Just some Bible thumping right wing fucking kook that was finger fucked 50 years ago, still guilty over it. And those are the people that think, well, what's an older man doing? Like kids over on a heart shaped bed watching cartoons? They had to be having sex. Wrong. There's no evidence. Weird. Yes. But he got a good jury. That motherfucker would still be in prison.
Yeah.
You get a fucked up crazy jury, you never know. And when they got you by the balls, tons of evidence, that's your only get out of jail free chance is a jury. All you need is one to think the cops are full of shit. And they know this too, which is why they're always trying to make deals with people. Fucking juries are weird, man. It's like crystal ball shit.
Right. Yeah.
You know? Yes, but yeah, Prince especially, man. I just never thought he hid that well. I never thought of him as a drug addict. But he was. You know, a lot of those motherfuckers, if they'd have stayed middle class, they'd still be alive.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, the road took a lot of people.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
If you really think about it, there's a lot.
Yeah.
The role in that lifestyle and the touring lifestyle took.
Yeah. Yep. You don't hear too much about Janet Jackson either. What the hell or Jermaine? I thought Jermaine had a better voice, but he had one hit song, but that was it.
I don't know if you know Skyball, but you're muted, eh?
Yeah, she knows it.
Yeah.
Probably got her vibrator on.
Looking at you, Tom?
Yeah, I doubt that. But the vibrator's still on.
Anything so she doesn't have to listen to us. Anything to drown out.
He's probably watching some porn right now.
You think?
It's a good guess. I mean, how many porn movie stars are you friends with?
None.
Yeah, me either.
Damn.
She went to a sign and greet thing.
Is that
That used to be popular in the 70s and 80s. You could go in there and sign. You know, this happened to me last night when I was doing that live. All of a sudden, the audio got shaky. Like the people's faces went away, and then I was fucked. I think it was internet, not StreamYard. But too much time went by to come back on. I couldn't even do it on my phone that I have here, you know?
right, yeah. Yeah, Stephanie and I were just talking, and you disappeared. So we carried on, and then we figured you weren't coming back, and then you texted us. So,
yeah.
But yeah, that's a drag. That I get knocked down a lot from this. I'll be on a panel. I'll be on your panel, and next thing you know,
I never had that happen. One time during a storm, but I didn't. I never had that happen. But it got weird last night, and then I tried to get on again. I couldn't, which was the internet. And then I did get on again by that time. And then I tried during that time to get on my phone. I couldn't then either. But the weird thing is I had a good signal, which didn't make sense that I wasn't getting on. Because usually when you're having those problems, like you can tell the internet is off temporarily, but it wasn't. So there's
Yeah.
something that can go on even though you're still connected, and I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, maybe it was a StreamYard thing.
Yeah, it's hard to say, you know.
Hmm?
Yeah, Priscilla Presley, I felt sorry for her.
Yeah, definitely.
And I feel sorry for that Michael Jackson's kid, the daughter.
Yeah,
She
she's
just
doing
seems
pretty
like a
good for
fucking.
herself, though.
Yeah, but she was really getting out there too.
She's got some chops, I heard, that she sings
Oh,
now.
really?
Yeah.
I know. Who else is singing that one that was in Almost Famous? She's singing now. Going around touring singing.
In the movie Almost Famous?
Yeah. The blonde.
Oh, Kate Hudson.
Yeah. She's touring and everything.
Wow.
She
That's,
actually seems pretty good. But, you know, I think a lot of people can sing.
yeah, if you think there's got to be a lot of people out there that don't know it, that have a great voice, never tried.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah.
Like there must be maybe out there Olympic shot putter that never tried.
No, that's it. And they say a lot with sports teams and stuff. There's guys that if you get drafted by a bad team and just go to a series of bad coaches and don't get a lot of playing time, you're in your 5th year, everywhere you go, it just doesn't work out. Those guys might have been all pros under a different system,
Right. Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's probably, do you know this Worldwide Wrestling?
No.
No, me neither. Sorry, Worldwide. If we don't know you, we're reluctant to let anybody come on the stream. We don't want porn.
Yeah, even though we like it so much.
Did you say that?
Are you talking about WWE or
Yeah, do you know them?
WWF?
You know them?
WWW, actually.
Do you know anything about them? Can you click on there and see when that channel was started?
Yeah.
WWE or WWF?
Probably getting his pants pulled down about now.
Oh, it's not doing it for me. I'm up on. It won't do it for me when I'm on
Oh, okay.
StreamYard.
You know, you can get in a lot of trouble for that. That's broadcasting porn.
Yeah, I guess
But
it
somebody's
would
got to take the time to catch you.
be. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They'd have to have a copy of what you're doing, and then they'd have to trace you down.
Yeah, but they could do that. They could do it.
Yeah.
But I just don't think, you know, it all depends, you know. Whole 38 subs.
Oh, somebody else did it?
Yeah, I said 38 subs. Did you know the date it was started? 2015? Oh, maybe it's legit then. I mean, there's no way of knowing until it's too late. You know, that's what we need. I'd like to get some porno movie stars on here.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, we really would, man. Just ask like normal questions and stuff.
You think that if you put it to them this way, you tell them, I've been watching porn most of my life, and I've invested quite a bit of money and watch time towards porn. Do you think you could let us have a couple of your porn stars for a couple hours so that we can interview them?
Yeah, it'd be awesome.
If you're interested, I'll
I'm
have to ask somebody. There's someone I'll ask. I don't know if it'll happen,
That'd be
but
awesome.
but
You know, they don't have to.
she might be interested in doing so. Maybe.
Yeah, but here's the thing: she wouldn't need to show her face either.
No, that's not what I'm concerned about. I don't know if she's interested in bothering to do so. But
No, but if you pitch her on this, do this though. It's not like a demeaning, embarrassing.
No,
to do that for.
Nothing like that.
She's not concerned about that. She's so easy.
At the very most, Mark and I will be jacking off under the desk.
Under the desk, for sure.
She's used to it, so
Okay, okay, good. Great. She'll fit in perfect, Mark.
I doubt she'll care. But
Mark's going to push the. Let us know because Mark's going to push the couch up against the door so Kathy doesn't come in.
I might. Don't
Be
say I
careful.
will.
No, but
but I might be able to get her to help.
No, I just want to know the realities of it all. Here's the thing. Here would be the message on why should I say this all the time. Don't get into porn. Don't do this shit. Don't strip if you ask me. I know I can back it up with a million facts. So maybe with her coming on here, and if somebody watched it or down the road,
How old are you?
me,
Yeah.
68.
Okay, so she would be early 50s. I'm just trying to think of age.
Yeah, because I think my interest really, if I had my druthers, what would come out of this was like a real candid interview, question answer session about what that lifestyle is like and how bad it is and how it isn't a good idea for people to get into it because they don't understand it. And she could help explain that.
Okay. I might
Yeah.
be able to make that work out. I don't
Yeah, no,
know.
that'd be super great.
I won't say it could happen. So if it
I would
doesn't
pay her
happen, it
too.
doesn't
I would pay her.
happen. She'll take the money, I'm sure.
Yeah, I would because it's like worth it. You know what I mean?
She was. If you want to connect to me and stay, and
No, just I mean, you're smart enough to pitch it right.
yeah, well, if you want to talk to me, I can tell you who I'm going to talk about, but I don't want to.
No, that's all right. Yeah, however you want to do it, but I don't want to like any casualties over this. There's people that I've was going to interview before. And it's like, you know what? I'm not knocking you, but there's just too many strings attached, and I don't want something getting worse for you over a fucking YouTube interview. It's not worth it.
Yeah, I don't know if she would really want that. See,
Yeah,
that's
and
like,
what is and here's the thing: what's in it for her?
it isn't.
That's
There
the
isn't.
thing. Unless and I'm not so sure. I mean, a lot of people on YouTube would come on and leave things like I gave the prostitutes a voice. I don't buy any of that stuff. That's what they said. But, that was just a nice comment. Who doesn't know about prostitutes and the peril they're in every fucking city in the world?
She
I
wasn't.
didn't do anything that people don't already know about.
She wasn't technically a prostitute either.
No, but I'm talking about people will say this when they think the good that came out of
Yeah.
why I question somebody. And I don't really buy it. I hope it's true, but it's a smidgen of any evidence that it is. Anybody around knows that there's prostitution, how you get into it, it's bad. I hope you don't do it, that kind of thing. But, this is a typical conundrum for people in a lot of facets of life, loving animals but still eating meat, being a porn addict but advising people against it, going to church but being a big sinner. I mean, this is fucking life.
Yep, it's a nightmare.
You know what I mean? I just, as much as I'd love to talk to her, I don't really see a benefit of her doing that. Which is why I quit interviewing a lot of the girls and didn't keep going back to Maddie.
That's why I'd
after
probably be
3
quiet,
times-
because I like her a lot. I enjoy talking to her. I just don't want her to sit
No.
and talk about stuff like this, because from what she said is like, yeah, she went
Oh, thank you.
and hooked up with men and didn't like it, and then she stopped that, and then just strictly was in the porn industry for a while, and that was it. And she was happy doing that in the porn industry, and then got out of it.
Huh.
But she's probably, Christ, what'd you say? How old you're? 50 something? She's close to your age.
68.
Oh, 68. Sorry.
Yeah.
She's in her 50s. But
Oh,
she's not that that young.
No, but but I'd love to talk to her, and maybe she likes talking about it too.
She does. I've talked to her about it a lot, but I don't.
She wouldn't need to show her face or any of that.
We'll see. I'll ask her and see if she's okay with it.
Yeah, timing's everything. So if she
Yeah.
just got done smashing her fingers in the car door, you might want to wait. No, you know what I mean? No, it's just like, just because we want to do it, maybe, you got to wait for that one opportunity. Like I tell people, when you first start dating women,
Like I
I
said,
tell young guys this, when you first start dating young women and you can tell they like you a lot, you got a real short window of getting them to do all sorts of shit.
like I said, I bet you know who she is, but you just don't know.
Oh yeah, I bet I do. Yeah, but I'm telling you, man, she's a little bit late for me.
Well, that's fine. I don't think she gives a shit, so that's fine.
Yeah.
But I'm just
No, I
saying.
thought. I mean,
I bet you know who she is.
I had I had lunch with Johnny Wad once. Johnny Holmes. It was
The
fun, but he was all high on some shit. It wasn't as good as it could have been. And he ended up being a druggie and died under weird circumstances and everything else. So we really didn't get too much chance to talk about it. He was kind of like high through the whole lunch. I knew the manager of the adult thing. And here's another thing too. I'll bet you right out of the chute. I bet you she just has a high degree of disdain for porno watchers like me. I mean, deep down, she probably doesn't like them.
she's been married to men that were in porn.
Yeah, she's not now though, is she?
Well, I mean,
And if
now
name me one single woman married to a porn guy that left on a good relationship. Fucking none. It's even a worse batting average than real life non-porn adults. It's just that extra fucking that fucks it up worse. It's weird. I don't know whether it comes up in arguments. You weren't on last night, but we talked about a derogatory word of when horror is used and what constitutes a horror. And basically everybody kind of agreed it's when you get mad and you say that. It's not a literal use of a reasonable definition of a sexually active woman. It's not. You get pissed, you call them dumb horrors. It's not nice.
I'd talk to you personally, but I'm not gonna do it here. But
No, that's
you
all
might.
right. That's okay. Would
She's
you?
well known.
Huh, now you really got me thinking. Mark's thinking, God damn.
Dying to know.
Yeah. How about this? If I went to that, the one you knew about, the XN, that big porn thing? XN. Remember we were talking about one night? It's not Pornhub. It's not Hamster. It's that other one, that XN.
Isn't it like XX something?
Yeah. Could she still be looked up?
Yeah, she would absolutely be anywhere.
Oh yeah. Now we're fucking talking. Now here, Mark. Here's where the
She's very famous. It'd be somebody you would know.
Yeah, but I wonder if she was famous at the shit I liked. I might.
I don't know what you
I don't want
like.
to have a fucking stroke on air. I see her in the flesh. She still look pretty good in her 50s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a hard time going between an intelligent interviewer to a raging porn addict. Yeah, right. How would you would you say she's pretty bright?
Oh, definitely. Like very smart.
Oh,
Way smarter than I am.
yeah, smarter than me for sure. Yeah, but just right now, could you think of one reason she'd want to do this?
To be in the industry, or
No, to do an interview, to come on and talk.
see that I don't know. That would be weird.
But she talked to you about it, and you said it didn't seem to bother her, and she's very smart. So I just, in my heart of hearts, I don't see where this gets her.
Yeah.
She's just very fucking intelligent in general. Like,
But she's not. You kind of allude that she's not scarred from this at all.
no, she said that.
Oh,
Man, this is hard for me because I don't want to.
Well, if you don't, I don't want you to feel pressured.
She's super smart, sweetest woman.
Oh God.
She doesn't hate what she's went through or anything like that. Like, she's A-okay with everything that happened.
Is this through thousands of hours of therapy?
Fuck if I know there. I don't know. Maybe. That I don't know.
Yeah.
She's a very smart
Mark,
woman.
I think to me that makes it more interesting, doesn't it, you, Mark?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean,
Jesus, if you can find her, then she's gonna hate me.
No, don't say anything to get her.
yeah, best you don't.
Mark and I will be on our best behavior. Mark's going to shop for a Speedo tomorrow.
I have one.
Okay, right. Yeah, now would Kathy get jealous of this shit, Mark? Just a straight up conversation?
Nah.
No?
No.
Okay. Yeah, this would be a lot of fun, boy. This would be really, I think, be interesting.
She's like the coolest and sweetest person to talk to, and just so
Oh, that is
interesting.
unbelievable.
Uh,
Yeah.
God, what did I do?
Tell her to go on Match.com. Our profiles is fucking like, they would like match right away. And I promise not to bring it up in arguments.
Please don't.
No, I know. That's what I think. I don't know this for sure. But you know how like bad, nasty shit, skeletons in closets. Of course, I don't argue like I did when I was younger. I think that fire out of my balls has disappeared. Just an old mellow guy now.
There you go.
I look up at my stack of porn that's got a 1/4 inch of dust on it. And I weep.
Porn, lonely porn.
Yeah. You weren't ever into porn that much, were you, Mark?
Not really.
Yeah.
I got nothing against it.
Yeah.
It just said it was not for me.
Okay.
Just gonna say, who I talked to, she's the sweetest woman and so
She really is, huh?
fun to talk to.
Now,
and-
does she work now?
Yes.
A good job?
Yes.
That's interesting. I
I'm
mean,
not gonna say what she does because it's gonna be
yeah, owns a massage parlor.
no, not that.
It would be
Wouldn't it?
something like she runs a specialty shop, maybe for adult items.
No, no,
A chain.
no.
Hmm.
Do you think her coworkers know?
Mm, I guess it's dependent on what she's doing right now.
Did she get out of it because of age?
No,
Did she get out of it?
I'll give you a hint. She's in her 50s. So
Oh, yeah, silly me. Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it, Mark?
Yeah.
Although there are a couple that do that. Although I know, there are some older attractive women. You remember? You guys won't know this. I need another porn addict down here. You remember Aunt Peg? She was a good-looking, like, successful person in business before she went into porn. I often wonder what she's doing. Do you remember Candy Samples? What are you guys fucking dead?
I'll say mine. She went into everything really young. So
Oh wow, it's not that she's not religious, is she?
no, not at all.
Because you know that Melissa, that one that PhD that was married to that Stanford philosopher that has that church. She was in porn for 6 years. Barbie something.
I don't know who that is, but no, not it.
Has this lady had any plastic surgery?
Yes,
Gotcha. Big fake tits?
yes.
This is interesting, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
everything would make so much more sense if she was like
what porn star?
homeless on meth.
What porn star doesn't have big fake things?
I was gonna say, like, who cares about that?
But I know.
Well, this got me interested, that's for sure. Yeah, I think that
I'll let you know if you can stay quiet at some point.
I'll stay quiet. You can trust me.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And she doesn't. She can come on. I'd be just happy for her to come on with no picture and just talk. And she didn't even need to. I just like to find out the real behind the scenes. And I doubt that she would advise young women to get into it, and I wonder why. And the caveat, the odd thing to this, is that she's sweet and happy, and that's so unlikely after being in it that long. That's what really interests me.
Yeah, I understand that. Maybe I'll see if she'll do that. I don't know,
Great.
but
Do you
maybe.
talk to this lady quite a bit?
Yeah, I knew her. I've talked to her for a while.
Oh, wow.
She's pretty well known. I like her a lot. She's a sweet woman, but yeah, it's different going on and
cool.
all that
Well, I'm sure.
bullshit.
I'm certainly game. You have my email, don't you?
Maybe
Here, I'll give it to you.
I can write it down.
I'll write it down. Yeah, I think that'd be fun.
Yeah, it'd be very informative, and it'd be a great show.
Yeah, we wouldn't be any fucking around like we're normally doing,
No,
like making fun of it or anything.
no, perfect, gentlemen.
Yeah, I can see if she's okay. She doesn't like messing around with stuff like that, so who knows?
Yeah, we'll make sure. We're not letting every Tom, Dick, and Harry come up. To ask stupid ass questions. Well, Mark, he'll use his Canadian gentleman hat on that night,
I can
and then
write.
you could come up, and just people that would be good for a dialogue like that.
Yeah.
Is it interesting to you, Mark? Somebody that did that doesn't do it anymore. That's not a train wreck.
Yeah, I find that fascinating.
Yeah. See.
I mean,
Cool.
that's and to be a survivor of it too.
Yeah.
To be happy and live a fruitful life afterwards.
Yeah. She didn't turn religious kook, did she, Skyball?
No, not at all.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, I mean, if this is just some big, huge Bible message, forget it.
No, not at all. She's not big into that.
And then I don't know if it's, but she would know some pretty big names in the industry too, wouldn't she?
Me?
No,
I wonder if she knew Ron Jeremy.
Yes. Pretty sure she does.
Yeah, he's in a rubber room now for good.
Yep.
yeah.
I could try to ask and see what she says. I don't usually try to mess with her too much, so I could try to see. If she doesn't, then so be it.
Yeah, so be it.
Yeah.
If she doesn't, just give me her name, and then I'm going to engage.
I think if I give you her name, you'll probably recognize her and then realize who I'm talking about.
Yeah, if she was, if she was 10 years older, it'd be a no-brainer. I'd know all about her.
She's born in the 70s.
Yeah, so she's like young on my porn meter.
I mean,
And I'm not a big fake tit lover either, so I probably know of her. But I mean, if I saw movies like, and that's who was in them, I didn't even rent them.
I'll just say this, I'll give it away really quickly. Somebody that's interested in somebody being Asian, it'd be her.
China something.
No.
Carrera something?
Oh, fuck, you're right.
Gina Carrera?
No, not Gina.
What was her first name?
Asia.
Asia Carrera.
Yes.
Look at Mark. He'll be jacking off again for a straight week.
I'm not into
I'll be honest with you. I don't know who that is.
Well, keep it quiet.
Well,
We don't need to know.
no, Ron Jeremy is in a fucking psychiatric ward.
Yeah, he is. He's a fucking nutcase. So nobody likes him.
Yeah. Here's the weird thing about this too, is 15 years ago, all you heard was that Ron Jeremy was still popular and well liked because he made all the girls feel so comfortable.
Shit,
Remember?
my dad saw Ron Jeremy like at an airport or some shit. And my dad even went and told me, "Oh, who's this weird dude I saw?" And I was like, "Why the fuck do I need to know this?"
No, you couldn't really. It was odd that a guy that strange looking would ever gotten porn to begin with.
Yeah.
But I can remember reading multiple times about how the girls felt so comfortable around him. And then bam, one day he's got 100 of them claiming that he raped him.
Well, yeah, my dad used to sit and say, like, there's so many people that were around him. And I was just like, ugh, why do I want to know my dad was hanging out with fucking Ron Jeremy?
Ron the Hedgehog Jeremy.
Ugh.
Yeah.
It's fucking grossed out. It was like, the fuck? Oh well, I thought he could actually go and have somebody that like would like
Well,
be
he
able.
actually got out. Ron got out. He's living with Debbie in Branson, Missouri.
I don't. At this point, isn't he just sitting there staying in a weird little hole somewhere? And,
Ron Jeremy?
yeah,
No, he's in
dying.
a no. He's in a fucking psychiatric hospital.
Well,
Like,
yeah, that's what I meant. Like
yeah,
dying in a psychiatric
yeah,
hospital
yeah,
somewhere.
no. Just totally like, just
Blech.
like when Michael Jackson showed up in his PJs.
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of that kind of a breakdown. I mean, this motherfucker didn't give a shit. His life's toast.
Blech.
It's so weird. I'm not saying, I'm just saying it's muddied waters. Kind of like the Bill Cosby thing.
Yeah.
Bill Cosby, he was well known for never using dirty words in his monologue. Aw. Kind of find out he was butt fucking women using quaaludes for 30 years.
Fuck.
But he didn't want to swear on a monologue. Aw. So, you see these people. Maybe Ron Jeremy's one of those too, but I know you're gonna get every lesbian in the world mad at me now. I'm gonna get another fucking strike over this. But now they're gonna say, well, even porno movie stars don't deserve to be raped. Yeah, I know this. I agree with you 100%. But there's just a little bit difference when you got 100x druggy porno movie stars accusing you of rape than when you don't. That's my point. It's no less of a violent crime. I just question if it's legitimate all 100 times.
I mean, I get it.
All of a sudden, these women come in, the fucking prosecutor sends them to a beautician, they get a facial makeover, they fucking put powder over their tattoos, they come in, they dress conservatively, and you get 10,000 motherfucking years in prison because of the way they perceive themselves. You'll get the biggest shitbag in the world that they'll grant immunity to or something like that and come in and testify against you, and you will never see the light of day again. You take just very uncredible people, dress them up, and they bury your ass with their testimony.
We go for more troops. Let's get more troops. Perfect.
I mean, why weren't people like reporting this as it happened?
The drone? No, I think we want more troops. Yep.
Well, it's this and that. The Bill Cosby case.
Let's go. We did it.
It was
let's go for the
something else. You just don't know. I just wonder if it's 100% legit, like Bill Cosby do. 30 years ago, he raped me. When you report it then?
That's even weirder with the 30 years you report being raped. What's her name? The woman that.
And I'm not saying it's impossible. But there's no like rape kit now. You're fucked on that. It's their testimony. You're kind of fucked.
Yep.
Just getting accused now in this day and age. Before you used to have to like a rape kit, and marks, and scrapes, and all this bullshit, and someone heard you screaming. Not anymore. Fucking come back 2 decades later.
You're fucked over. And to be fair, to some degree, you probably deserve it, depending on who you are.
Yeah, no, it's exactly right. But I think sometimes it's like when you look at the evidence. I mean, I can remember being young and thinking, man, these fucking killers are getting off these technicalities. Not anymore. Fuck, they send you away. One thing I've learned from these crime shows, do not piss off your ex-dead wife's girlfriends. Because they will bust those in by the fucking goddamn busload and bury your ass about shit that they said your deceased wife told them. Even though none of this shit ever got out before they came up missing, and you are fucked there too.
I totally get that, and it scares me.
It is scary. It's kind of scary, but you don't even need to find bodies anymore.
No, and a lot of it is very scary.
I see these crime shows, and these fuckers are getting like, 99-year sentences with the flimsiest, shittiest, fucked up, fucking skimpy evidence there is.
Yep.
In the old days,
sucks.
It was like you knew that people that did that shit were getting off, and it's not like that anymore.
Now, mind you, I would never go to somebody and say, oh, hey, this is time for me to say, fuck you.
Oh, yeah, it can just be like there's an attorney over Alton, Illinois. He was a star football player. Anyway, he ended up beating it, got an $11 million judgment here just about a month ago against the police. It was all like bullshit. The guy that was the lead detective went to a 3-day seminar. And what was he before a detective? a dog catcher.
Hmm.
And he ended up getting this motherfucker convicted of killing his wife. So it turns out they moved the body before the coroner got down. All sorts of fucking shit. But the jury believed it and he was convicted. Took about 15 years of his life away from it. It was all made up junk science. Crazy.
You were wondering about a name earlier, Skyball. It was Janice Dickerson. Is that the name you were wondering?
Janice Snickers?
Janice Dickinson. She was one of Bill Cosby's main accusers, the model.
Oh, no, I didn't know. I didn't know any of the names really.
Oh, okay. Skyball was wondering
Oh,
earlier.
Skyball.
I thought.
Skyball, you there?
No.
What's she doing? Huh.
Texas has bad internet. Texas is,
Oh, it does?
yeah.
They have their own electrical grid, you know.
Really?
Yeah, their own whole thing.
Oh.
Own electrical grid.
James would find that fascinating.
Oh, he sure would. James loves that shit.
He sure
James
does.
knows all about it, I bet you.
He-
James, you know about the Texas has their own electrical grid, don't you? Like their state thing. That's such a big ass state. It's like a fucking country. You ever driven through that motherfucker, Mark?
No, I heard you.
Christ, man. You think you're never out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It takes a long time to drive across.
Right.
And it's just, a lot of it is sort of deserty.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, I went out to Arizona, you know, last August, about this time.
Yeah.
Got back through the west side of Texas, and it was just crazy. The like uninhabitable areas, just hundreds and hundreds of miles of nothing.
Yeah.
You know, and like I said, you don't see a dead animal on the road, a bird flying, no dead bugs on your windshield. Just
Nothing.
hot, nothing. Just this sandy, deserty looking bullshit. No green.
Yeah, unsustainable to know.
Yeah, I didn't see any like real life until you got to Dallas, like just west and south of Dallas. Then you see like a subdivision or something with grass, but up until then, it just looked like a big terrarium.
Yeah.
At least New Mexico's got like good mountains.
Yeah. Yeah. It would.
Yeah. Crazy. Well, I guess old Skyball might have went nighty-night. You know, she always does that though. She never says goodbye or anything, just gone.
Disappears.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Got her
Like-
own style.
Maybe she, like that superhero that jumps out the window.
Yeah.
She just take that dive and disappear. But that would be interesting if she can land that Gina or Asia Carrera.
Yeah, I don't, you know, I wouldn't know Asia Carrera if I saw her, to tell you the truth.
I would even know her. And
Did you look her up?
Would I look her up?
Do you know who she looks like?
Yeah, I can picture her right now.
Oh. You can, I bet you can't you?
Yep.
You picture her because you liked her and you remembered her? Or?
No, I'm not. I never was into Asian chicks, really, to tell you the truth. Like as friends, sure, but as a partner, no.
They age well.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I got a Filipino best friend, and his sisters are drop dead gorgeous. They're in their 40s and 50s now, and they're beautiful still.
Yeah. I mean, you got 50-year-old Asian women that still look good in a bikini.
Yeah. Even his 80-year-old mother still has, nice features.
Yeah.
And
No, right.
not wrinkly or anything. She looks great.
Right. Yeah. Huh.
Yeah. But that would be something if Skyball
Yeah.
pulled that through.
That'd be great. Be good.
It'll be one of your. It'll be a big interview for you for a while.
Yeah, you know, I don't know if you never know on this stuff.
Yeah.
You know, if you look, there's plenty of porn people getting interviewed.
Is there?
Yeah, and they just don't like. I guess, I guess the people doing it are like way back when, and it just doesn't seem to have a big draw. But I don't give a shit.
No.
I think it'd be interesting. I mean, none of the stuff I ever really did, I went in with the attention thinking a bunch of people watched. It's
Yeah,
just
no.
that fluke fucking early shit that, YouTube did. Yeah, that could have happened to her thing. This Skyball's a good conversationalist.
Yeah, definitely. She's
Yeah, I love having her on
very
here.
interesting. And
You ever seen Skyball?
no.
Yeah, she's pretty.
Is she?
Yeah.
I bet. She sounds pretty.
Great hair, huge boobs. Real, too.
Perfect.
Yeah, I know it.
The only kind. No, I shouldn't say that.
And a good personality.
Yeah, definitely. How did she just came across you one day and
It is unproven in Palau, yeah. There's no scientific proof to that.
to what?
No, that's bullshit, Troubles. There's nothing to substantiate that. It doesn't, there's no effect on humans. Big power emission cables. Yeah, it's not nonsense. Same with cell phones. Brain cancer, nonsense.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, there's people that, they get shit, and that's what they blame it on.
Yeah. They want to point fingers right away.
And every once in a while they'll go on this radon kick. They done that in Canada?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Is that a big deal over there?
No, not really. I mean, it's to anybody that wants to have it pertain to. Anybody that wants it to affect their life, they will. But I don't think it's.
They're not paying for the studies. There's science studies. Nobody's getting paid. Yeah, it's interesting to me though. I know that. It's all these fucking motherfuckers that think, UFOs. It's a certain type personality.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, they want to believe in something. I think it is more. They want to have the excitement of thinking.
Yeah, right. Look, like Penny's sister. They say too, back natural and all. People live longer now than they ever have. It's because of modern medicine.
That's right. Between our cholesterol medicines, our high blood pressure medicines, and all these medicines that cure all our various ailments and diseases, and
Yeah, inclusive. That's exactly right. I mean, you got electric running into your house, don't you, Dribbles?
we've come a long way with our education as to certain how we treat our bodies. I think too. I mean, there was a time where there was an ashtray in my doctor's office.
No, I know. Smoking on an airplane.
Yeah, and there was a time when I remember my mother would feed my father. She would make the bacon in the pan, and then she'd fry some toast up in the bacon grease and feed that to the guy.
Oh, wow.
And they just didn't know that was horrible for you.
Yeah.
Especially Europeans, they're notorious for their rich foods, and eating shit like that was I guess common.
Yeah, show me some non-blurry pictures of them, Troubles. She's talking about drawings directly from the Bible, UFOs. Yeah, unidentified doesn't mean jack shit. That doesn't mean it's a Martian. Nobody has any good photos of these fucking things. It's always some blurry bullshit. All the cameras, they got fucking, you can tell the date off a penny on Jupiter now, and you can't get a good shot of a fucking UFO. Same with this Bigfoot bullshit. Bunch of horse shit.
Yeah, I don't prescribe
fucking nonsense, man. Yeah, like Penny's sister died, lived on a farm. I mean,
Yeah.
5G screws with your health. Yeah, it was just some fucking whack job, fucking writing articles. It's just like gossip and drama on YouTube. It sells. Just a bunch of troublemaking, stupid people, but a lot of people are into it. You know,
Yeah. Stupidity breeds
yeah,
more.
film or frisbee. Yeah, that's right. You're right. But all this UFO thing, fucking kooks. You got clowns out there that think the Earth is flat.
True.
I mean, it's just unbelievable that they didn't really land on the moon. It just goes on and on.
Yeah, that one too. Like,
Fucking crazy motherfuckers. Must have had brain damage.
it's just people got to believe in this shit. They need it in their life. They need the excitement.
Yeah, but cancer is a part of the life cycle. There's cancer in one-celled amoebas, and they don't smoke, and they didn't drink too much Diet Coke. It's a part of life. You don't get it from anywhere sometimes. It's a mutated cell. There are external sources that can create cancer or make your chances to get more smoke, radiation. But there's all sorts of cancer you get that's been with you since day one. And your cells mutated. It's a part of the life cycle. Yeah, it happens. I mean, you can go out, you can find cancer in rabbits, birds, fish, insects. You can increase your likelihood of getting it, but there are plenty of cancers that you didn't do anything wrong. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, it's unfortunate, it sucks, but, there's some pretty good books out there on cancer. New books on, its origins, how they're treating it. Cancer is a huge, you go to someone that's like a research scientist in cancer, and they
Right.
just got to sit back and just grin when, everybody that loses a loved one, they just know nothing about science, and this is sad, and there's going to launch a war on cancer everywhere in the country. You got these marches for breast cancer, this sinister cancer that people get that mankind just can't. But you talk to a research scientist, and they just got to you people just aren't getting it. Yeah, we know you're upset, and this is sad, but this is part of the life cycle.
Yeah.
This isn't because of anything. There's a genetic predisposition. It runs in families. It wasn't because of your lifestyle. It's because of by being alive.
I mean, there are factors that can increase your chances, of course.
There are smoking, UV rays. They say active sex lives with women and cervical cancer.
Wow.
There's a link. I don't really know I really didn't check it out too much, but you'll find cancers in sea turtles and whales, fucking elephants you don't. They do get cancer, but at a very low rate.
Oh.
Yeah. Adenocarcinoma. Dogs get, Gacy has a few of them. They're a form of adenoma cancers, but they're benign. And actually, it's a mutant cell from sweat glands that affects small dogs. It's weird. Interesting.
I mean,
there's just so many variables to it all. Yeah. Well, I definitely stayed up past my bedtime tonight.
yeah, it's late, eh?
Got me talking about porn. Fuck, no problem.
That's what did it. Your favorite topic.
Sure did.
And
I'm going to have to look this girl up now.
Asia Carrera.
Asia Career. I have heard the name, but I really don't think I'd know what she looked like. She says she's sweet too.
I don't even know how I know her, except for there was a handful of the porn stars from the 80s and 90s I knew of. And the main ones, Ron Jeremy, the big names. So that she must have been pretty big if I knew her.
Yeah, huh? Well, she certainly sounds interesting.
Yeah, I bet you she's fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. Time will tell.
Yeah, Will, won't it?
Hmm.
Well, I'm sure looking forward to it.
Yeah.
We'll really relive the Ryan Act. Yeah, you too, Lakota. You guys have a good day tomorrow. It's supposed to be a nice day tomorrow.
I can see the button to jump off, so I'm going to jump off now, Tom.
Yeah, you know, I go out and I set out my GoPro cameras. I think I might go get those and
Oh, yeah. What are you going
jump
to do?
around. You know, go home, maybe read a little bit. Yeah, thank you, Love, Drifter, Penny, Trevels. I didn't even plan on coming on tonight. This is why I don't want to come on sometimes. You know, I wanted to read something. Here I am fucking around on here. It's fun, but, you know, you don't feel after you spent 4 hours on here like you did if you read something good that made you more knowledgeable about a subject.
Yeah, it's true.
You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And this is like not hard. It's fun, all fun. I'm not taking notes. We switch subjects. You don't need to stick to a particular subject. Yeah, thank you, Sharon. Yeah. 3 a.m. Holy goddamn Christ.
Daisy's got the right idea. I can hear her sawing wood.
Oh, she does. Yeah, she's got it made. So do these vultures.
Yeah. Yeah.
You just sit around. Well, you have a good day tomorrow. So you're off this weekend.
Yeah.
You got any plans?
That's stuff I'm responsible for. So I have to do that. And musically, I don't have anything
Now, do you practice in between gigs?
every day.
Oh, wow.
Every day. Keep
Good.
my chops up.
Good night, little bird. Good. All right. Well, have a good day. And
Okay, Tom, you too, pal.
thinking about this. We'll party on. You going to be on tomorrow?
I never know. It depends what the tomorrow's being like. It's Saturday now,
Yeah.
right? So being whatever my events carry me through the day. If I can, I will. If not, I won't.
Yeah. Have a good day, Penny. Yeah, see
I
you
don't
soon.
usually know until it's a lot of times 10 minutes.
Those are good
before.
pizzas. You know, the one brother owns that now solely, and he dropped some of the dishes like clam linguine and some other stuff. They dropped a couple of their good dishes down there. It's that pizza place down there, Salty Girl. They have great pizza, though. I found a place here that does it, too. Really good pizzas. Night, Drifter.
Night, Sharon.
All right, well, take it easy, you guys.
Good night, everybody. Bye, Tom.
Party on.